Welcome back to the 2023 World Series of Poker. It is time for the final table of the $1,000 Ladies Championship. My name is Rem Karinkama, joined today for a very special broadcast by Caitlin Kaminski and Nikki Limo. We'll dive into all the players remaining at the final table, but first, let me tell you, this is the biggest ladies event in the history of the World Series of Poker. 1,295 entries in this event. The final 7 are guaranteed $26,277, but of course, all eyes are on that top prize of $192,000 and the coveted World Series of Poker gold bracelet. All right, we're going to get cards in the air here right away. Round of applause for all the players. The rail is thick and deep. There's lots of players already railing here as we are in a stacked Horseshoe Event Center. Kate, let me start with you. How excited is it to commentate on the action today?
It is so phenomenal. You know, a lot of the ladies on this table, this is going to be their biggest cash career score. This is a wonderful event. This is the first time I've played a ladies event.
Aces, too.
Yes. Oh, my goodness. No time wasted.
No time wasted, indeed. Aces on the very first hand. Maybe that's a good omen for how this final table will play out for Tara Cain, arguably our most experienced player at this final table. 2 bracelet event runner-up finishes a few years ago in online events, a deep run in the main event, also a WSOP circuit ring.
She placed 6th on this same event a few years ago. I think it was 2018.
Yep.
So ladies final table veteran over here.
Yeah, I think the experience definitely counts for something, as Nam Nguyen, the short stack at this table, along with Chyrsi Phionotis in the 1 seat, decides to defend from the small blind. A big blind, I guess.
She may be the short stack, but she looks like $1,000,000.
She does look ready for success.
100%.
Tara's got the redraw to the nut flush.
Yeah, always nice when you have aces and you flop 3 clubs. Nothing out there for win. She only has 1,000,000 chips to start this hand. Blinds are 50K, 100K with a 100K big blind ante. Those go into the muck, and it's better to win a small one than to lose a big one.
That's facts.
That's okay, Nam. We got our collarbone action on lock. Good things coming your way. I feel it.
So give me some vibe check on this table. Do we recognize any names? How do we feel about the players that are remaining? Of course, the biggest storyline right now is Shiina Okamoto, who has an absolutely ridiculous chip lead.
Yeah, that is, like, what is she, like, more than double the second place? So I know Tara. I met her last year at Katie Lindsay's birthday party. Katie and Chris are my neighbors, and just saw her again at Katie's birthday, and we were talking about the ladies, and we met up on break on day 1, and she was telling me how this was her first event so far this year. She wasn't really planning on playing anything, and she was just going to do 1 bullet, fire 1 bullet. She told me, like, whatever. She was drinking Coronas when I saw her on break. She was just very, very casual about the whole thing, and here she is at final table, 2nd in chips.
Wow, 1 for 1 at the WSOP. Not many that can say that.
I'm just going to play 1 event, final table.
Yeah.
Maybe win a bracelet.
Great ROI.
BRB.
Is it true that she told you after making day 5 and only cashing $50,000, she was like, I don't know if it was worth my time.
Yeah,
I may not do it again.
The main event, yeah, her main event. Well, when you think about it, you know, the $10,000 buy-in, playing 5 days, you feel like, oh my gosh, it's such a deep run, and then cashing for 50.
Big action here on hand number 2. Cain, once again with a hand, raises it up to 200K with ace-10 offsuit. Phionotis calls on the button. Then Nguyen all in from the small blind, and Malavet finds king-jack offsuit in the big blind. Of course, that hand shrinks rather quickly when you see all that action in front of you. Action back on Cain. Pretty impossible spot for Cain here with the caller on the button behind.
Definitely a good fold for a final table.
She's going to go ahead and get the count.
Shove is for 10 big blinds. Cain has 2 big blinds invested, but has also Phionotis still behind her to act. How do we feel about her ace-10 here?
Personally, I would throw it away, but, you know, I haven't made a ladies event final table twice, so I'm sure she'll make the right judgment call. She's been playing with these ladies
I think in a deeper cash game, you definitely throw away ace-10 off to the 3-bet, but here with 10 big blinds, the complicating factor, of course, is Phionotis on the button, but to act behind.
When it takes up almost a quarter of your stack, and there's a lot of, like, a massive pay jumps. The ICM is insane on final tables. I think maintaining a chip lead is somewhat more important. Yeah.
It's really quite It's quite tricky to gauge Phionotis' call here because she only has an additional 8 big blinds left behind. So Cain must be wondering, Phionotis has to potentially be extremely strong here. Chad, let me know how you feel about Cain's situation here as she does decide to throw ace-10 into the muck. Action on Phionotis. King-queen offsuit.
I don't even think she can call here.
She has to call for practically her tournament life. And if Nguyen gets the shove through with pocket 4s, she's going to add 60% to her stack without showdown.
Yeah, that was a great move.
Cain now wishing she had her cards back. She'd probably be okay with getting it heads up.
Money, yeah.
Yep. All right, for everyone in the chat, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're bringing you coverage of this final table until we crown a winner. Natalie Bodie is also with us today for sideline reporting and interviews with the players at the table. So it's going to be a fun show. Please let us know where you're watching from, all that good stuff. This is our final bracelet event stream before the main event kicks off. I did some math this morning. We have 14 straight days of main event coverage starting tomorrow. No sleep until we know who wins the main event.
Hiya.
Doing great.
Dvorkin looking down on King Jack offsuit.
Money's up top. Let the idiots do the idiots. Oh. Oh.
She decides to let it go. Phionotis finds ace-8 offsuit. Potentially a good spot to shove here.
Absolutely. She agrees.
Yes, she does agree. All in for a little over 8 big blinds. Phionotis from Cyprus, traveling the world with her dad, playing in poker tournaments all over the world. The Cyprus flag there in the background. Malavet in the small blind, king, queen offsuit. She does lay it down.
Little Dolly Parton going in the muck.
A nice little pickup for Phionotis. Important pickup too after giving up 2 big blinds in the previous hand.
Definitely most of the rail attention today is on this ladies' final table. They're right in the center of the room. We got a lot of enthusiasm. It's great to see.
Yeah, and there's actually quite a few big events wrapping up today as well. The 10K Deuce to 7 is wrapping up with, I believe, ODB Baker, Chris Brewer, and Alex Livingston are playing on one of the side tables, as well as the 50K PLO High Roller. We'll try to get you guys some updates on that as that progresses as well.
Absolutely. I saw the 3rd place player get eliminated on our way back here to the booth, so Chris Brewer is now heads up for his 2nd bracelet of the series.
That's awesome. Chris Brewer, arguably the unluckiest final table player that I've ever witnessed until he won the 250K this summer.
Well, he's getting it out of the system.
Exactly. He's ready to win now. Dvorkin, after folding King Jack off, finds King 10 suited enough to raise with. Kaylin, try to get into the heads of these players and the sort of adrenaline, the money on the line, and sort of the gravity of the moment here. Like, how do you think they're able to sort of stay calm and play their game?
I think whatever they have, whatever their mindset routine is, I hope that they brought it in here today. I see a lot of these ladies are wearing blazers. They're dressed to impress. This is a big stage moment. A lot of these ladies are going to hopefully walk into their biggest career score today, the biggest stage that they've yet to see. So I imagine there are a lot of nerves out there. We haven't seen a lot of chit-chat on the table so far. And hopefully maybe they're able to loosen up a little bit and be in the moment and enjoy it.
It's definitely a switch up from day one where everyone was doing tequila shots all around the room.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Veronica Brill was the conductor of the messy train, and we all climbed aboard, choo-choo, as it were.
Did that tequila-laden poker action propel you guys into any big stacks and deep runs?
Well, we both made day 2.
Yeah.
We're going to take it.
It was because of the tequila.
Anytime you get them in the bag.
Okamoto, our chip leader. Haven't seen her in action yet, but just going to play this one. for the people in the chat asking about the countries represented here at the final table. Shiina Okamoto from Japan. She's the one raising it up here with 9-8 offsuit. Cain, Tamar Abraham, Suzanne Malavet, and Nam Nguyen, all from the USA. Mary Dvorkin from Israel, and Chyrsi Phionotis from Cyprus. Action over to Dvorkin in the big blinds. Given ICM implications and playing against the big stack, perhaps you're not as likely to want to tangle here.
Hey, how are you? Thank you.
Flop comes off, ace, king, queen. Okamoto can take credit for this flop with her pre-flop raise.
100%. She should bet really small here and be able to get it through.
I needed that.
No spade on the board for Dvorkin.
I think Okamoto has the largest rail of any of the players so far. It was a big Japanese contingent standing right behind her over there. Saw her chatting to her friends earlier before the final table started, probably receiving some last-minute pointers or perhaps sharing some ideas on the players at the table.
These ladies may have been tangling for quite a few hours leading up to the final table. Dvorkin here unwilling to give up 10 high. Maybe she's got devious intentions. 10 high, good right now. Check. Turn goes check, check. 6 on the river pairs up for Dvorkin.
Yeah, interesting that she check called the flop and now, of course, trying to get the showdown. Let's see if Okamoto has the bluffing spirit here on the river. She could still take credit for most of the cards here.
Check.
Does go check, check, and the 6 is going to win here. Dvorkin going to rake in a nice little pot.
I can't really blame Okamoto for giving up there. When you get called on that flop, hold a 9 high, you were getting out of line, maybe you want to preserve your chip lead.
לא, 6 בסוף.
Okamoto, of course, had an insane day yesterday. Sadly, we don't have too much information on how she got the chips, but the fact that she has them shows that she knows what to do with the big stack.
I'll be really interested to see how much pressure she applies given the severity of her chip lead.
Just received some interesting information about Nam Nguyen in the 2-seat. She's mostly a cash game player, plays at Bellagio, learned playing poker from watching it on TV, and she works in her brother's nail salon.
Has a beautiful manicure herself.
Learned playing poker from watching on TV. That's really cool. It's
I feel like that's how
what
we all
everyone
start.
did during the. Well, I learned from my Filipino family when I was like 8 years old, but yeah, I think during the moneymaker era, a lot of people just like tried to copy the people on TV.
So what year did you two start watching poker, like becoming poker fans?
I mean, I was a big Maria Ho fan. I watched her on all her different reality show stints. I watched her American Idol season, her Amazing Race season with Tiffany, and I definitely enjoyed that ESPN Classic coverage where they would follow the players, do these great packages of what their life's like at home. You really had the opportunity to fall in love with the players. That's definitely where the love started for me, all the way through all those shows like the big game, the loose cannon.
Yeah, I liked
Shark
the
Tank.
loose cannon and the cage, like all of those got me invested in watching them on TV because they added a little twist to it.
A couple of clubs for Tamar Abraham.
Cain raising it here before the flop to 200K. Abraham calling on the button with the suited connectors. Cain continuing for 225. Abraham comes along, hits a 7 to go along with her flush draw. Looks like Cain is ready to give up on this one.
That is 300,000.
Getting some people chiming in from the chat. We'll get to your comments in just a moment here as Abraham here picks up her first pot of this final table, and she brought some friends. Love to see it.
Thank you.
People are they're loosening up a little bit.
I met Tamar on day one. She was very kind to me. She's a fan of Ace Hole. She's watched the pod before. And also, she had chips from the very beginning. I remember seeing her on break one, and someone in the bathroom was like, how's your stack? And she's like, oh, you know, it's okay, like 140. You know, blind still at like 233. So she's definitely a tough cookie.
The adrenaline of the first few hands is definitely starting to calm down a little bit. Players are getting into their own, back to their playing style that they've been successful with leading up to this final table. One of our guests here in the PokerGO chat says Phionotis is the best player by far. If she gets a double up somehow, she'll be tough to beat. Well, there you go. Everyone, of course, has their favorites. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for.
A couple of snowmen for Suzanne Malavet.
Raised to 200.
Dude, do you ever have a curse hand? My curse hand is pocket eights. Like, I never win with them, even when I get it in good. I don't know why. Pocket eights, when I see them, I just go, oh no, oh no.
No, my curse hand is whenever I just get bored and start playing trash like a monkey.
Oh, so you're a cursed person.
I'm a cursed person.
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
that's accurate.
Don't play with cards in this.
Poker player I know, Hannah. She only plays papers.
Looks like Okamoto is going to come along here with the King 5 offsuit in the small blind.
It's like raisin chips.
Wow, 600K from the small blind.
Pretty small raise for out of position, but again, her opponents are quite short.
I guess we now know how she got a hold of her chips. Just aggression, pure aggression. King 5 off with the 3-bet. Let's go.
Yeah, solvers actually really like those King X, Ace X, trashy rag hands to 3-bet from the blinds. Especially when you have a chip lead like that. You don't have to go very big when it's a final table.
And if you're Malavet, you're looking at Nguyen and Phionotis being shorter than you. Do you really want to risk it all here with those two potentially pay jumps still to come? But then again, pocket eights is a pretty good hand.
And if these ladies have been playing Okamoto in this style for a few days, we have to imagine she'll get some resistance at some point.
Wow, look at Okamoto.
My friends are also cheering you up. My friends also cheer you up. Cheering
Stop
for you.
staring at how shiny her hair is. It's so pretty.
Dvorkin saying, my rail is cheering for you too, because they want me to make the pay jumps. I think that's a good strategy, Dvorkin rail.
I feel like you should always root for whoever has more chips until it's your turn to be all in.
100%.
So did I read that Dvorkin actually is a newly engaged
Yes.
woman here?
That was extremely recently.
Yeah. So her boyfriend, or there's a, yeah, I guess it was her boyfriend, Salzburg, finished for 5th at 102K in the 1500 mixed PLO event. And at the same time as when she was bagging the chip lead at the ladies event with 47 left, and she came back to their Airbnb and he proposed to her and they got engaged, and she started the day off 3rd in chips.
Hi, yeah, love is in the air.
Yeah, power couple.
Exactly. Love it.
So I'm sure he's on the rail.
I hope she outlasts his result.
Yeah,
That'd be great.
yeah.
Yeah, girl power.
Little fun partner competition.
Okamoto waking up with a real hand in position of Abraham's open.
I'm sure this is how she gets paid off too, like nice balanced range of 3-betting.
Now, this is actually the second engagement we've had, this WSOP. One of the bracelet event winners of one of the mixed game events, I believe, also proposed to his girlfriend
Yes.
upon winning.
I believe there was a 10K PLO.
Yes.
Let me pull that up, actually.
550.
Nothing like winning a bunch of money to make you feel secure about spending forever with someone.
You know how expensive weddings are these days?
100%. It's like, oh, I can afford a down payment. Let me lock up the love of my life. Solid plan.
Okamoto continues with the aggression, this time with a hand. Once again, we're not going to see a flop here. The man in question who proposed at the final table after winning was Lou Garza. Sweet Lou, back on the scene, hadn't seen him in a while, winning a 10K PLO for $1.3 million, and then immediately got on one knee. Look at her with the bracelet on her finger.
Love that.
He didn't even have the ring ready, so he was just like, I'm going to use this bracelet.
I feel
I'd take
like
it. I'd take that exchange.
there's a Taylor Swift song that says, I like shiny things, but I'd marry you with paper rings. And I feel that about men that win bracelets as well.
what kind of paper are we talking about? Are we talking about USD currency? Because I'll take the paper ring.
Yeah, just like origami a couple Benjamins together, baby. We'll make it work.
Good. Different kind of wedding bands.
So far, very impressed with Okamoto, just, switching gears right away, turning up the aggression, keeping all the other players under pressure. They, of course, all looking at each other mostly, hoping to at least ladder up once or twice. Dvorkin here with pocket fours, keenly aware of the fact that Okamoto is to her left, and really unpredictable if you are playing against someone who has the chip lead and who is fearless like that.
Absolutely.
Some of these, some of the people in the chat talking about people on the final table playing tight right now, but when there are short stacks at the table, it's actually a good ICM EV plus moves to make big folds and play much, much tighter and wait for the short stacks to bust so you can make those pay jumps.
Yeah, I'm going to give the Queen 10 off a double take. Can't imagine her wanting to play this in position, but she's got that little twinkle in her eye. Who knows? Mary going to take down that pot. Sail boats.
Yes, give me more chance, please. I'm feeling this.
Oh yeah, I imagine that's Hebrew.
I think it is. I see Mary Dvorkin smiling. Earlier this summer, we've had the Canadian national anthem sung by the rail for Dan Idema. I feel like this chant was a little better. There's a little more clapping and chanting to go with this, giving me some sort of soccer stadium type
100%.
vibes.
If I ever final table, I hope y'all sing some Miranda Lambert in my face and let everybody know that Pride of Texas is coming home.
I was about to get some Taylor Swift lyrics ready.
You know, I can pull them out at any time as I am a female millennial, but I'll save them for special occasions.
I will straight up hire Brazilians to be at my final table rail because yesterday I was playing Colossus while the final table rail was happening, and oh, they're great. It's like a whole parade.
Oh, yeah. The Brazilians bring the energy. And earlier this summer, we had a discussion, actually, what country has the loudest and best rail? And we sort of settled on Brazil and Mexico usually bring in the fire.
Yeah, I could see that.
And we were just saying, like, main event final table, give me one Brazilian and one Mexican to tear the house apart.
Diversity.
And then we need a few locals who can bring their whole families out easily.
Oh, yeah.
That always does well. Get the shirts made, all that stuff.
Oh man, I'm rooting for a lady at the final table. I think that would bring us all out in full force. I know I'd be there front and center for her.
Absolutely, would love that.
Do you guys think if a woman won the main event, we'd see another moneymaker effect?
100%.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I think there would definitely be.
Representation is massive, of course.
Yeah.
If you see someone that you can identify with be successful, whatever sport it is, or if it's poker, I think it can only help. And of course, we all think back of 2011 when Elizabeth Hill and Gail Bowman finished 12th and 11th. That was the year that we were thinking, oh, we're going to have 2 women at the November 9, potentially. Yeah. That ended up not happening. But yeah, it'd be awesome if we had a woman at the final table this year. Can we perhaps welcome either one of you to the final table this year?
I accept.
You accept?
Yes, I'll
okay.
take it, yes.
You know what? I have the availability, and I think I can fit it in.
Okay, there we go. All right. You heard it here first. Okamoto, meanwhile, 12 million chips. That is 46% of all the chips in play. Phionotis, the short stack, meanwhile, down to 3% of all the chips. And ace-6 suited, that looks rather good to me.
I never met a suited ace I didn't like under 10 big blinds.
I've heard.
And that's why I'm not at the final table, so take that with a grain of salt.
Was
There's some inside roasting here, sorry.
Was the suited ace your downfall?
It was. That was my bust out hand.
Can you count?
The big blind woke up with ace-king suited. And she actually knows about ICM and probably is a better tournament player than I am, so she tanked quite a bit. She almost folded it, which I guess makes it good.
Meanwhile, Phionotis with the clear-cut shove here, 8 big blinds, ace-6 suited. Win, however, on her left finds pocket eights.
800.
The earlier shove gave Win some breathing room. This means that she's not going to be all in for her tournament life, despite starting the day as the short stack.
She'll have about 5 big blinds behind if she makes this call.
Hold on, I don't call yet, okay? I just count the money.
I love her.
Phionotis can't bear this.
Call.
She does make
Let's
the call.
go.
We're going to see an all-in showdown here. Malavet, Jack-10 off on the button. Quick fold from her. Cain also folds. And after Abraham folds in the big blind, we're going to see an all-in showdown here. Phionotis at risk with ace-6 suited. Nam Nguyen, pocket eights ahead and also looking to eliminate our first player from this final table. Let us know in the chat, do you think we're going to see a double up here for Phionotis, or are we going to get down to the final 6?
Ace
She's
for
got a
me.
diamond in her eights there, so I'm thinking one of Phionotis' outs.
If Phionotis hits her ace, she will make it to
Here, eight
5th
for me.
in chips
Yeah.
among remaining players.
Yeah. He has to put it in a certain order.
Just verifying to make sure these chips are right. There we go. Everything in the middle. All right, dealer, let's put out a flop here. Ace-6 at risk. Is it going to be there for Phionotis? 5 cards to decide whether her tournament continues. Here comes the flop. 5, 10, Jack, all spades. This immediately eliminates all thoughts of a flush. Backdoor straight still possible. Phionotis, of course, hoping for an ace. Turn card is the 9 of clubs. Still 3 outs, an ace and an ace only. With the player from Cyprus will depart in 7th place. The river card, it is the king of spades. Chyrsi Phionotis eliminated in 7th place, takes home $26,000 for her deep run in this event. And we are down to the final 6. Nothing she can do there, right, with ace-6 suited?
You know I'd be in there. Now, Win, breathe a little easier. Dazzling smile. She stacks up her newly acquired chips.
Yeah, and Win starting as the short stack must be full of excitement right now, having not only to be able to chip up, but also knock someone out. The room is definitely buzzing with multiple events going on, but the rail definitely the biggest here for the ladies event.
Nam definitely winning the award for most put together at this final table. She looks like she would be welcome at any number of social soirees, a tea party, a garden party, perhaps a ball.
You got to dress for success, right?
Definitely dress for the job you want, not the job you have, I always say.
I'm wearing shorts and flip-flops. What does that mean?
You want to be a beach bum,
Beach,
BB?
yeah.
Malavet raising it up with ace-deuce offsuit. Attacking the big blind of Dvorkin. She only finds 6-4 offsuit.
Nikki, if you final table a WSOP event, would you want to wear the things that you've been wearing the whole series to feel comfortable, or would you want to dress up, slap on a blazer like a couple of these ladies?
Since I have final tabled the WSOP
It's true,
event,
she has.
I wore the same outfit I wore on day
Inside
one.
joke.
I don't know if
I'm sure there's a
I
story
got
with that one,
superstitious
Suzanne.
about it. I had a nice green jacket, my
long
favorite
ago.
green jacket, and my green Extra Life Mario Brothers hat, and I felt good about it. I liked it. I think that's something that shows, I mean, that's still your personality. Like, I wouldn't want to change just for a final table. I'd still want, like...
You got to be comfortable first and foremost.
Yeah.
And it looks like Nam Nguyen is very comfortable.
With her ace-queen suited, I would be very comfortable, too.
Yeah, Malavet all in here for 16 big blinds. Premium holding here, six-handed at a final table.
Malavet repping for not only WPA, the Women's Poker Association, but also Pocket Queens, study group led by Victoria Lifshitz.
That's awesome.
I kill you.
Suzanne Malavet, our short stack right now,
Oh
and
my gosh.
that shove making her a bit more relaxed. And of course, the chance from the rail also helping to perhaps break a little bit of the tension.
Oh gosh.
By the way, shout out to everyone watching us right now. Wherever you're watching from, let us know. And please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Let's hit at least 500 likes on today's video. The more likes we get, the more the word will be spread on our coverage of the ladies event. And Malavet, after ace-queen suited, finds two red kings, moves all in right away. Perhaps that shove to disguise a bit of the strength of their hand, like could probably argue min-raising, but she's just gonna rip it in there. She just has to hope that someone finds a hand. No takers. It's not bad to pick up the blinds and antes twice.
At least they didn't get cracked.
Exactly.
Kings was actually my bust out hand in this event. 20 from the money. Open kings
Why
on the
not?
button, get 3-bet from the big blind. 26 big blinds behind. I
SI.
jam. Snapped by 10s.
Oh,
They get runner straight. I am out right on the soft bubble.
brutal.
Yeah.
Make sure to put your $1 donation into the bad beat jar.
Yeah. Do I get hit by a
If
Nerf
you
gun
bring
or
this
something?
hand up again, I'm going to kick you out of the booth.
I hate it.
Oh, that's brutal though. We've all been there before. I feel like everyone can identify
I
with
didn't deserve it.
that sort of misery. Looks like we're going to an interview shortly with our 7th place finisher. Natalie Bodie is on the rail. It's going to be great to hear from Chyrsi Phionotis on her experience in this event. Not before Okamoto finds ace-10 off on the button. Judging by her earlier aggression, I cannot imagine her letting go of this one. Nguyen lets go of her 8-3 suited. Malavet finds king 8 offsuit. Malavet not letting go over big blinds so easily, decides to defend. Given Okamoto's aggression, it becomes a lot harder to defend hands like king 8 because you're going to have to flop something if she's going to continue firing. Malavet misses the flop. Okamoto got a lock on this one. 97% equity. A quick bet and a quick fold, and Okamoto takes this one down.
I'm being told that I was mistaken. Malavet actually reps Join Poker Power, the ladies study group, whose goal it is to educate 1 million ladies, teach them how to play poker.
Wow.
It was a group started by a CEO who learned to play poker to help her with risk management and fiscal responsibility, and they've grown immensely. Cain England,
think
Sarah
Juan.
Steffen, Juan,
Yeah.
all members of that group. If you'd like to learn more, definitely check them out on Twitter.
Please, and for our moderators, please share the links in the chat to that organization. I feel like it's a good starting place for many players wanting to learn poker.
100%. And that other group I brought up, Pocket Queens, led by Victoria Livshitz, is a steady group. There's a lot of great fellowship in there. They had a breakfast together before day one of the ladies event. They have guest speakers. They've had Maria Ho and Daniel Negrano both guesting in the study group. I believe it is a free study group if you are a woman. So definitely if you're looking to up your tournament poker and your poker game, check out those opportunities. There are ways to grow in this game as a woman, please.
Already over 5,000 people watching on YouTube, a couple thousand as well on PokerGo. I can safely say that the ladies event is a popular one, and everybody, of course, excited to see who will win the biggest ever ladies event. Okamoto with the raise again, and Cain lets it go from the big blinds. The rich get richer.
Well done.
If you're with us in the chat, don't forget to like the video. We're not even at 500 likes yet. It's embarrassing. It's absolutely embarrassing. Thank you all, though, for being with us. It's awesome to have this many people watching. And let me remind you, 14 days of main event coverage kicking off tomorrow as Okamoto finds jacks. Ain't life unfair when the chip leader also picks up all the strong hands.
And when contemplating it with the Queen 5 suited,
I think they've definitely been dealing with Okamoto for a few days now, her rise to the top, and they've come to learn that she is maybe a little bit wider than the typical player. Feel a little tempted by these suited hands to look her up.
Malavet, not a big fan of folding every hand that she gets dealt, at least a consideration. Does decide to let this one go. As Cain finds ace-king suited, these are two of the biggest stacks at the table. And taking
Ooh,
the
sneaky little minx.
But like a little quick call there too, you know, no real hesitation there as Abraham finds king jack of spades and gets a really good price here. If you're Cain, are you just taking the low variance route because...
yeah, because you're the next biggest stack, so big stack versus big stack. I think you want to keep the pots smaller.
Maybe she has devious intention. She knows Okamoto's going to barrel into her, wants to let her hang herself. But now when Abraham wakes up with the king jack suited after this action,
Wow.
she's going to raise it up.
Wow, we are about to see some fireworks as Abraham, with the worst of the three hands,
Squeezing with the worst.
she finds this opportunity. Of course, she's blocking hands like ace-king, kings, jacks, all sorts of hands like that. Little does she know, she's up against exactly that. Action back on Okamoto.
Just jamming her.
Yeah, she agreed.
All in, here we go. Okamoto moves all in, and now all the pressure on Cain with ace-king suited. Excuse me, but how do you fold ace-king suited?
Quite difficult. I guess maybe to the chip leader at the final table would be the exception after you've slow played your hands.
Wow.
Yep.
She does lay it down. She
Oh
gets
my
out of the way,
goodness.
spending only 200K on ace-king suited, and now action back on Abraham, who has 16 big blinds left behind. Can't fault her for taking this move, and she makes the call. King jack suited at risk versus pocket jacks.
No one of the kings
Jacking
is
or
dead,
king
so
jack?
we're going to need to get luckier.
King of spades.
I
King of
think
spades.
two jacks are dead.
Wow,
Jacks versus king jack suited.
what
King
a
jack suited.
crazy hand right here as Abraham decides to go for it with
Jacking
king
or
jack
king jack,
suited.
king jack basic.
Okamoto's aggression paying off here. He just didn't believe her, and here comes the flop. Queen, deuce, 6. Jack still in the clear. Backdoor spades possible for Abraham, but of course a king would save her right away. Here comes the turn card. It's the 10 of hearts, giving her a straight draw. Abraham now 8 outs, an ace, a 9, or a king. That's not a heart. Abraham on the brink of being eliminated in 6th place, but she still has outs. Is it going to be there for her on the river? At the horseshoe final table. 47 big blinds in this pot. Abraham shaking her head in disbelief.
Tara Cain feeling like a genius with her ace king in the muck, having only spent
Wow.
2 bigs.
Yeah, I mean, one of the worst feelings that can happen is busting before all the short stacks when you were second in chips coming in for the tournament. So I definitely agree with her. Tight fold there.
Wow. Imagine if Okamoto wins that pot. She would have like 60% of all the chips. And right now we got a real battle.
That definitely was the biggest swing we've seen so far in this
Yes,
final
it
table.
is.
My body is tingling. I'm so excited at the prospect of what's to come.
Isn't poker the greatest game?
Literally.
So good.
Wow.
Yeah. Not
Just
thinking
runner
that's
straight.
strong.
No big deal.
No big deal.
Do you remember any hand happening like that to you, Nikki?
Can't roll.
Okay, my bad.
Okamoto just continues getting hands. Pocket jacks here for her on the 2nd hand in a row.
She's been burned before by those hooks, but you're not folding jacks with
Gets
the
them
chip
in a
lead.
row. Wow.
Yeah.
I do think that Okamoto's earlier aggression probably played into the fact that Abraham was like, I'm just going to risk it here with King Jack.
100%.
Malavet, King Queen offsuit. Will she think that Okamoto might be steaming a little bit? Malavet makes the call in position. We're going to see a flop here.
Yeah, well, I have another.
Suited wheel ace for Dvorkin.
I've heard you're a big fan.
Oh, you know I am.
Ever since those solvers came into play, everybody loves playing suited aces.
You got a cat jam. Landon Tice taught me that.
Dvorkin comes along, and we're going to see 3-way action here.
I am now. I swore she wasn't I swore she wasn't that strong.
9 high flop. Jack's still way out ahead.
Malavet with a backdoor club draw potentially. Let's see if Okamoto is going to continue here. Of course, no reason for Okamoto to slow down here. Besides the fact that she has it, it's also good for her image to just continue firing. And immediately Okamoto gets some of those chips back that she just let go of. And we're going to listen to an interview with Chyrsi Phionotis here as Natalie Bodie stands on the rail.
Down to 3 big blinds on day 1, and you put together a 7th place finish. How would you describe the last few days in this tournament?
Well, for starters, it took a lot of will from me and patience to just sit there with 3 big blinds and just, I really fought it, to be honest. I had a really nice woman next to me. Her name is Ruth. And she said, you're going to take it down, you're going to take it down. And I would really like to thank her. She did really give me a lot of strength to carry on. she doubled me up a couple of times, and that's when she basically just said, you know what, you're gonna win it. You're gonna win it. And I came here today supposedly with the second smallest stack. Unfortunately, there was a miscount on the chips, and I was like the shortest stack. So that was a bit of a, bummer, let's say. I tried to find a good position to shove. You need luck. I mean, you need skills, you need luck. I just didn't have the luck today. I had it yesterday and the day before and the day before that. So I'm really proud of myself. I'm sure my friends are watching. I have a very big rail back in Cyprus, and you'll be seeing me around, that's for sure.
You said that you're traveling the world right now, playing poker with your dad. What did it mean to compete at a final table with him watching and supporting you?
Well, it's definitely one of my biggest dreams. The biggest dream is to basically get a bracelet. I'm very confident that this is going to happen. So let's just keep doing it,
Thanks so much for the time. Remco?
Wow, thank you, Natalie. And fighting words there from Chyrsi Phionotis. She is far from done in poker, going after her first World Series of Poker bracelet in many events to come. I love this kind of spirit.
100%. She definitely reached out to Ruth. I imagine she's talking about Ruth Hall, one of the WPA admins, who is from my hometown, Austin, Texas. Ruth been struggling with some health crises, had a good couple of days the first day, and it looks like she really gave a lot of encouragement and spirit to Chyrsi to make this steep of a run.
Wow, and as Phionotis departs, we're seeing an absolutely insane hand develop here. Just to recap the action here, Cain raced at 200K, Abraham called, Dvorkin called, and Okamoto called, so four-way action to the flop. Then look at that, Okamoto and Abraham both flopping sets. Cain bets 300K on the flop, Abraham calls, Dvorkin folds, and Okamoto calls, and now, as we are caught up with the action, Abraham bets 450K on the turn. Let's see what Okamoto is going to do here, because her set of threes must look and feel like the nuts to her.
Absolutely. The Badugi's completed. There are no made straights on the board right now. She could absolutely take a hit here, getting the set under set.
I guess that's how you play eights. Just
Yeah.
flop a set.
Just flop middle set. You don't want top set. You need middle set.
Unblock the top pair.
What an incredible start to this final table for Tamar Abraham. Now we're going to see some posturing, some Hollywood. Do you think she's going to come? Oh my God, she moves all in right away. And the call.
Snap.
What is going on here? This is complete madness. Set over set, 7.6 million in the middle, and Okamoto's chip lead might be melting like snow in the Las Vegas sun. 1 out.
She needs to find the three of diamonds and only the three of diamonds. Hi-ya.
What an insane hand between Abraham and Okamoto. Only like 2 hands after Abraham doubled up, making runner straight. The three of diamonds, or else Abraham will double up again. River card is the jack of hearts, and Abraham doubles up for the second hand in 3 hands.
Now it is Tammy who has the chip lead at the final table. WPA ladies, there's Ruth, the red shirt there, letting her know how hard they suck.
Wow. What an incredible turn of events, as Abraham is now our chip leader with 85 big blinds. Okamoto down to second place, but still, nothing really wrong with her stack.
She's still got almost 50 bigs.
What an unreal turn of events. How do you deal with this mentally, being the chip leader, being 1 card away from having 60% of all the chips, and then 2 hands later, you're second in chips, and you've lost more than half your chips?
What a beautiful game.
Oh, okay.
I would definitely love to see her check in with her breathing, check in with the moment, be mindful. Something I like to do at the table is name 5 things I see, 4 things I hear, 3 things I touch, 2 things I smell, and 1 thing I taste. That's a little dialectical behavioral tip for you friends out there. keep yourself calm in these big swingy
Yeah,
moments.
mindset's going to be everything there after 2 huge losses. One thing that helped me was, you know that old book, the little green book by Phil Gordon?
Phil Gordon, yeah, yeah.
Phil Gordon.
Little Green Book of
Yeah,
Poker.
yeah, there's this one paragraph he has that when he loses a big pot, he pretends that he just won that big pot, and he like tricks his mind into like thinking he won it. And I've been using that trick, and it really does help for mindset.
You know, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes. Just delusion, mass delusion is what I go for.
120.
Yeah, I did it.
Abraham right now must be on cloud 9.
Definitely.
Wow, we are still 6-handed if you're just tuning in. This is the Ladies Championship final table, the largest ladies event in WSOP history. My name is Remco Rinkema, joined by Nikki Limo and Caitlin Komeski. We're going to bring you coverage of the final table until we get a winner. And Natalie Bodie will be on the sidelines to talk to the players at this final table. And I can only say we've been thoroughly entertained already so far.
Definitely seen the fireworks. Dust kind of settles and we just go on to the next hand. Malavet maybe making these slow folds, just try to take some time off the clock as the current resident shorty in the big blind next.
Blinds are up to 60K, 120K with 120K big blind ante.
Cain letting go of 5s, as Nikki keeps reminding us, ICM, pay jumps in play. Sometimes those middling pairs, they really do shrink in their strength in this position.
Okamoto with the Doyle hand. He actually, they had a public memorial earlier today. RIP.
There was a big gathering at the theater here at the Horseshoe. Lots of speakers: Gabe Kaplan, Maury Eskandani, Brian Balsba, Lyle Berman, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, all spoke.
Love that.
Video footage of that memorial will be on our YouTube channel in the next few months. We're putting together a whole compilation of Doyle moments and include some of that footage as well from the memorial.
Speaking of Doyle, his favorite hand flopped best.
Wow, what a eerie coincidence that we were talking about that right as this hand is coming up.
Yep.
Action goes check, check. 4 cards straight on the board now. Okamoto with the best of it, but a stab from Nguyen could potentially take it down here. But Okamoto looking down on her chips. She's going to make a bet here.
120. Has to be 120. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that'd be great.
Nothing out there for Nguyen
Is that IPA? No.
in this blind battle.
It's just a tea. May I look at it? Oh, so it's just an herbal tea. Okay. Yeah.
60. Yep.
Would soon. I think I'm having freaking heart attacks here.
Tammy talking about how her nerves are absolutely tense after the roller coaster she just went on. I think we can all relate to that.
Abraham is going to be so comfortable now for the next 2 levels. She doesn't really have to do anything. She can just wait for good cards and watch the other women just battle against each other.
Yeah, just let your blood pressure go down, sweet moms.
I mean, it is the tensest position to be in as far as anyone's poker career goes, a big
100%.
WSP final table. Cain started out raising quite a few hands, has slowed down since.
120 now? Big blind is 120, yeah. Thank you.
Of course, 30 seconds after I mentioned that she's going to slow
Well,
down.
she has a suited 10-8. I mean, what a sexy middle of the deck drawing hand.
Absolutely.
You gonna fold that from the, where's she at, the hijack?
Okamoto on the button with deuces. Probably hoping to flop a set to get some money back here.
I don't know if she could ever feel comfortable with bottom set again. after the trauma that she just was forced to live through.
Malavet in the big blind, Queen 8 offsuit, sitting on a little over 10 big blinds.
She looks like she's grabbing some calling chips. Malavet certainly does like to defend the button wide, or excuse me, the big blind.
She's look at the odds here as the shortest stack. It's in her favor to double up right now. It's a big blind discount.
10 on the flop for Tammy.
Checked around rather quickly here, as a deuce on the turn gives Okamoto a set. Both her opponents are drawing dead. Abraham perhaps tossing a bet out here with her 10, and she does reach for chips right away.
That is 175.
I wonder if there's some trauma for Okamoto with bottom set now. Like Caitlin was saying.
Yeah, she may want to size up real big here and make it something like a million, 1.3.
Okamoto doesn't waste any time. Quick with the raise. You love to see it.
Well, with the smaller sized raise, doesn't necessarily want any of these draws to go away. Maybe she can get a little more value. Plan going off without a hitch. She does get the call.
Flush draws do not make it. Not that there was anyone with one, but in case she was worried about that.
Any main players coming back from your break in a small blind of 1,000, big blind 1,500, big blind ante 1,500. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Draws all missed. She's thinking about how to get value from an ace, or in this case, a 10.
That is 1.1 million.
Big bet here from Okamoto. Abram at least putting out the chips there to potentially make the call. Looks like she doesn't give Okamoto credit for an ace here, which is fairly understandable.
Yeah, she could think that Okamoto bricked her draws.
It'd be a huge swing back into Okamoto's favor if Abraham decides to make the call here.
And she does.
Wow, she makes the call.
Yeah.
Okamoto shows her set of deuces, and that's going to be good.
These two are really battling.
Wow. It's almost like we're watching a heads-up tournament, and the other ones are just spectators
Just
at this
there.
point.
They are nearly tied in chips now.
Yeah, Okamoto's resume gets her paid on that one. Big time.
Constant aggression from the Japanese player. And now we have two players tied for the chip lead and a big gap between second and third.
I see you today, you know that. Huh? I see you know that today.
Nice.
Meanwhile, Nam Nguyen still comfortably sitting on 15 big blinds. Most eyes on Suzanne Malavet, who is the short stack with 10 big blinds.
She has a toe when she's strong. She puts her eyes down almost like she's sleeping. And she did it repeatedly in that hand. So
Hi-ya.
watch her eyes, please. Look at my eyes.
Wow.
Tammy telling her rail she thinks she has a live tell on Okamoto. She is mic'd up, so we get that sideline report.
Or perhaps it's someone telling Tammy, and the mic is picking up on it, that the rail is catching a tell. Also a possibility here. Okamoto, meanwhile, raising it up with ace-4 offsuit. Nguyen finding a really, really nice looking ace-king offsuit here.
It was a good hand. She had a good hand.
3-bet here from Nguyen on the button. Malavet in the small blind, ace-deuce offsuit.
Ace-deuce diamonds.
Oh, diamonds, yes. And of course, she'd be happy for Nguyen to bust, getting that pay jump. Action back on Okamoto.
Here's the next big bet, new level. Level 11. Level 11.
Okamoto lets it go, and Nguyen gets to pick up a pot. Let's go back here real quick to what we heard just now from Tamar Abraham's rail. I find it pretty tricky to get advice from the rail on tells because you have to get them confirmed and they have to be really, really accurate because you can't be talking your friend into basing a decision off of something you've seen maybe only once or twice.
It's definitely a risky move to try to confirm a live tell to yourself and make huge ICM decisions based off that. Hope she takes it with a grain of salt. Then again, this is the ladies' championship, and women are known more for their intuitive play, their ability to read people. So that might be the secret sauce. Only time will tell.
Very curious to see if Abraham and Okamoto are going to clash again soon.
I think it's only a matter of time. They downright flirting now with these big patch.
If you're just tuning in, we are down to the final 6 in the ladies' championship. The final 6 players guaranteed $34,000. Next pay jump up to $46,000. You can find the payouts in the description on YouTube. We lost Chyrsi Phionotis earlier today. First prize in this event, $192,000. Cain's going to just call from the small blind, and Abraham happy to check. Sounds like we're having lots of action on the outer tables, lots of cheering and chanting happening unrelated to this event.
Yes, Chris Brewer in search for his second bracelet of the series on one of the other featured final tables in the 10K deuce to 7 low ball.
Yeah, he'd be the first player this summer to win 2 bracelets.
No, there was the mixed game player that won both the mixed games events.
Wow, you're better informed than I am. That's well done.
He's like 3rd in the player points, I think. Shandeep's still in the lead. Casey, I believe, is his first name. Spades.
Oh yeah, you're right. Chad Evesledge, of course.
Chad
Evesledge, yes. Chad Evesledge won 2 bracelets earlier. I got a little carried away by the Chris Brewer hype. Evesledge, of course, winning the dealer's choice, both the 10K and the 1500. But that feels like 2 months ago because that was on June 3rd, and it is now July.
It truly was.
It's like straight, really?
All right, pair of 5's going to take it down here. Ladies will take their showdown value.
I guess we're going to go with Tammy as well if the whole rail calls her Tammy. Tamar is what we saw on her bio sheet.
Oh, you guys.
Gorgeous biblical name.
I love him dearly. Couldn't live without him.
But of course, a win from Brewer would really give him a good chance to perhaps win Player of the Year. Prior to any points being added to his total from this 10K deuce event, he's in 6th place.
How about Phil Hellmuth taking down number 17? How do you feel about that, Remco?
I'm extremely tilted about that.
Tell us about it.
Yes.
Let us know.
So, of course, as the master genius of the internet, what do I want more than anything? Live stream of Phil Hellmuth's final table. How can I make that possible? By him not winning a bracelet at 6 in the morning in an event that is only lasting 1 day that we had no option to stream. So we missed out on some genius Hellmuth antics because they played this 1-day event down to a winner at 6 in the morning. So,
wow.
Yeah. Did it really happen if no one was there to watch it? I mean, do we really count this bracelet?
Yeah.
If a tree falls over in the woods?
And no one's there to see it?
There we go. So, yeah, do we really count this bracelet? I don't know. Jury's still out.
Yeah, we should tell him that.
Yeah.
This bracelet doesn't count.
Exactly. I mean, there's photos of him with the bracelet, but did he really win it?
Could have been one of his other 16 bracelets.
Yeah, the 90s don't count either.
Yeah, sounds like a conspiracy is developing here.
Exactly. Yeah, no, honestly, of course, you know, big shout out to Phil Hellmuth. He beat an absolutely stacked event. As we look on over to the aforementioned Chris Brewer, heads up versus Alex Livingston in the 10K deuce to 7.
Looks like Chris has quite the dominant chip lead right now.
Massive chip lead for him. This event.
I love this game. This is my favorite form of the game.
Yeah, and this event also, we wanted to stream it, but it went a full day long. Like, they've played, I believe, 8 more hours than we had hoped for, so we were not able to stream it. But here we are, looking at them playing heads up. It looks as though Brewer put enough chips in the middle there to put his opponent all in. As we quickly go back to our ladies championship final table, we're hoping to maybe catch the winning hand if Brewer is able to finish it off right here. We'll keep you all posted on the 10K deuce. Action on Dvorkin in the small blind. King Jack offsuit. She's sitting on 23 big blinds.
Raised to 300,000.
Safe to assume that the play is the most complicated right now for Tara Cain and Mary Dvorkin. Same goes for Nam Nguyen in that sort of ICM pressure cooker.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All between 20 and 23 bigs.
Let's see if Okamoto re-raises here. One of those king rag hands.
She wants to see a flop.
Just a call.
We're going to get some blind v blind battle for the first time with these two ladies.
Feels like we have to perhaps give Okamoto the benefit of the doubt here with perhaps some aggression, but because before I can even finish my sentence, Dvorkin continues and picks up the pot. Of course, well done by her. And it looks as though Chris Brewer, during this hand, has managed to close it out. Hopefully we can get an interview here from Natalie Bodie as Chris Brewer wins his second bracelet of the summer. There it is. Chris Brewer, congratulations. Natalie Bodie getting ready.
Absolutely. The first interview he gave after winning the $250,000 event was absolutely very emotional and one of the greatest moments of the series so far, really saying he had struggled a lot and it took a lot to get to that moment.
Of course, now that he wins a second, it's going to be like, you know, been here before.
Yeah, been there, done that. Oh, is this a thing that impresses people maybe? I don't know.
Huge congratulations to Chris Brewer. I'm sure we'll get to the interview with Natalie Bodie in just a second here as we watch one more hand at our final table.
Working with ace king off here.
Nobody wanting to get too disruptive with the ace king today.
She's in the small blind.
Dealer, she's on the button.
Oh, she's on the button.
Raised to 250.
Dvorkin going to raise it up. All right, we're going to go over to Natalie Bodie, who's talking to Chris Brewer, our second two-time bracelet winner here at the 2023 World Series of Poker. Congrats, Chris. Let's see what he has to say.
Well, Chris, earlier this summer, I presented you bracelet number 1, just a couple weeks, and we're back, and you've won bracelet number 2. What does this one mean to you?
Yeah, this one's really cool to win. I'm probably like not a favorite in this tournament. I was more just playing it for fun, so they just kept giving me good hands, and it made it really easy.
After you won the 250K high roller, you mentioned to me just how many tough ones you had to go through to get to that moment. Is it safe to say that you've shaken those off and broken free now?
Yeah, they don't give me tough ones anymore. They just give me the nuts. It's super easy.
Well, congratulations, Chris Brewer, bracelet number 2. Remco?
Thank you, Natalie, and once again, congratulations to Chris Brewer, who's now right in the thick of things when it comes to the race for Player of the Year. Ian Matakis is now first in POI. His PLO finish extended his lead just a little bit as he made a deep run in the 50K PLO high roller. Brewer now, with his second bracelet, is right in the thick of things along with Sean Deeb. So going into the final 2 weeks of the World Series of Poker, we got a really, really hot and exciting POI race going on.
Absolutely. It's going to come down to a lot of these players' performances in the big show, as it were, the big main event. So sort of as anticipated, Chris Brewer was a lot more nonchalant in the second bracelet interview than he was in the first a couple of weeks ago.
Meanwhile, Abraham maintaining her chip lead at this final table, 8.6 million. Okamoto on 7.6 million, second in chips. If you're just tuning in, this is the Ladies Championship final table. My name is Remco Rinkema. Nikki Limo and Caitlin Kaminsky with me here for the commentary. We're going to find out tonight who's going to win this event, the largest Ladies Championship in the history of the World Series of Poker. Main event starting out tomorrow. We're going to have 4 straight days of main event coverage here on our horseshoe table as the main set is being built for what ultimately will be the final table of the 2023 World Series Poker main event. Lots of people predicting the largest main event field in history, of course.
Definitely.
All these events leading up have been extremely big.
Yep, this is the biggest ladies we've ever had with, what was it, almost 1,300 entrants.
Let's put a number on it. How many players do you think we'll see in the main event?
Hi-ya. So I think we could get to like 9,000, maybe 10,000 entrants for the main event.
I think we're going to maybe hit 10,000. That's what I'm thinking.
It. Nikki, where are you at?
Yeah, around there for sure. I think last year we were still kind of in the pandemic, coming in and out of it. A lot of people were getting COVID. So even though we saw big numbers, there was still that going on. This year, I think people are coming out full swing. A lot of satellites happening. There's the mega going on right now, and as well as online, they're doing the 25-seat scramble. So a lot of chances to get in, even if you maybe don't play 10Ks very often.
Yeah, I might jump into one of these satellites this week. So you look out for your girl Caitlin, and you better to have a drink with me here at my table.
I feel like main event satellite week basically started last Friday and it's going to go all the way through all the day 1 flights as satellites continue to run. And you can register until day 2. So
I think that might be my move this year if I end up playing the main. I bagged less than starting my first proper main event last year and regretted the decision. Went out with aces to jacks on day 2. I don't know.
Can't really feel bad about that, though.
But I do. I find a way, Remco.
Well, you could make it all the way to the last level of day 2 and get your queens cracked by 9s runner straight. Runner straights tend to take me out when I have my big pocket pairs all in. There were literally 45 minutes left of day 2, so you saved yourself a day of play.
Tournament poker's so cruel. Like, I thought that maybe sometimes it'd be fair, but no, none of the time is it fair.
sometimes when you get there, you're like, this was fair for sure. This was for sure.
Oh
fair.
yeah, when you crack
Yeah, when
the
you get there,
dominating
yeah.
pair, then it's absolutely fair and just. When you go runner straight.
Yeah, did I get lucky quite a few times? I don't remember.
No, I assume I just played
think that was all
solidly
skill,
for
yeah.
8 hours is what I think happened.
Raised to 250.
Dvorkin gonna open up the action with King 8 suited. Gosh, those sexy suited kings. My goodness.
Only 880K for Malavet, of course. That is going to be a shove, and she does move all in.
Jacks have been quite the saucy hand today.
Nothing you
at
could
the center of a
do.
lot of our drama.
880K. There's only one move with those jiggities.
She's already committed 2 bigs. Dvorkin started the hand with 30 bigs. She can fold here, maintain her stack, or put another 6 at risk dipping below 25.
She's been
bigs
very
again.
spicy with her calls.
Hi-ya, here it comes.
Makes the call with King 8 of hearts, and we're going to see an all-in showdown here. Short stack, at risk with the best hands.
Jacks, King 8.
Best scenario that Dvorkin, or that Malavet could have hoped for here with the jacks, only up against 1 overcard, and not the traditional point flip situation where her opponent potentially has a hand such as ace queen or ace king. Malavet still needs to fade hearts, kings, and 8s, but she is in a great spot to double up here as we are still 6-handed at the Ladies Championship final table. Malavet talking to her rail.
I know.
Let's see the flop here.
Put the chips in. I said I probably shouldn't have done it.
7, 6, 10 on the flop. Dvorkin adding a 9 to her outs.
Okay.
Jacks still in the lead here.
We want to
Turn card is the 3 of spades.
Just have to redraw on the flush.
It gets rid of the king, or the spade outs for Dvorkin, down to just 5 outs now.
5 outs once, it's not there. Malavet's jacks hold up here, and she finds a much needed double up.
WPA ladies brighten hard for both Tammy and Suzanne.
Sorry. Thanks. How are you? Hey,
I was yelling, but you were so focused.
wait, I'm not supposed to rub it.
Suzanne
Today it's okay.
taking a victory lap, saying hi to somebody. She's like, oh, I just doubled. I can be chatty now. What's up, girl?
I yelled ace
for today. No, you take that. Okay.
I yelled ace to hearts
All right.
for the river.
So Suzanne is now not the shortest at the
My
table.
friend,
She has
thank you.
17 big blinds
job,
left,
Suzanne.
and Nam Nguyen has now
Thank
fallen
you.
to the
I needed it.
unenviable position of shorty again with 16
I
big
was big
blinds,
blind.
2 million in chips.
It's hers. Yeah, she had a straight draw. Yeah.
If you're just tuning into our stream and you happen to catch us
Do it to
on
me.
YouTube, please don't forget to like this video. Let's bring us to 1,000 likes. And if you're new to our channel, please subscribe. We have 4 straight days of main event coverage of day 1 coming up. Hit the notification bell on YouTube if you want to get notified whenever we do go live.
Over 7,000 of you tuning in to watch the ladies' final table. That is absolutely exciting to see. That is a pretty good number for most of these popular live streams as well. So we're definitely in there competing, and it's so nice to see people wanting to watch these ladies battle it out for the ladies' championship.
Hello, players. This is your 2-minute warning. 2 minutes left on that break for the PLO.
A couple of snowmen for Okamoto. Abraham waking up with the ace-king. We've seen most of our players today be very wary of getting it in there with the ace-high at this final table situation.
I think when you're chip leading, it's okay here to do a 3-bet, but she does flat.
I think Abraham opened, Okamoto 3-bet, and now Tammy is calling in position and flops 2 pair.
Love to see that. You got ace king.
I take it all back. Never 4-bet there, Tammy. You're a genius.
That is 375.
Okamoto going with a pretty large sized bet on this board, favoring the 3-better. Unfortunately for her, Tammy's got the goods today. Let's see if she slow plays this. Rainbow board. She has no reason not to.
It's insane how the 2 big stacks are clashing yet again, as a 6 on the turn doesn't change a thing. Okamoto potentially slowing down here now.
Definitely an opportunity to polarize.
Abraham definitely underrepresenting the strength of her hand here, calling with ace-king from the small blind. And
Hi-ya, she's laid a trap, and Okamoto is falling right in it. She dug a hole in the forest, covered it with leaves.
let's see if Abraham is going to slow play it again.
That is 900,000.
Can't blame Okamoto for double barreling on this board. Definitely, she has the range advantage as the 3-better.
If you're Abraham here, are you just going to come with call again?
I think it's almost 2 million.
I definitely think so. We didn't come this far.
There's not a lot of draws, really, so I think that, well, except for that one.
10 hits on the river.
Yeah. Potentially one of the biggest bluff candidates for Okamoto here would be maybe like a queen jack suited. However, she has been representing as a more aggressive player, so Tammy can definitely understand that she might be doing this with a lot of different hands that don't contain queen and a jack.
Already more chips in the middle here than any of the other players have in front of them. Massive pot here between the 2 big stacks. Abraham staring down Okamoto.
Abraham might be looking for that live tell they were discussing earlier, that her and her rail were discovering, that they think that when Okamoto is strong, she looks down.
Imagine being
very vague tell.
Imagine being tricked by that in this situation if Okamoto decides to keep firing.
I don't think Tammy's
wow. Okamoto continues to bet.
Triple barrel.
Look at Abraham staring down her opponent. She has to feel good about her ace-king, but you're always a little concerned if someone goes 3 barrels. She does make the call, and Okamoto bluffs off a large portion of her chips here. Excuse me, she moves all in.
Wow. Okamoto has a chance here to get away from the table, this middling hand that perhaps she should have started checking at some point.
Wow. Okamoto bets 2.8 million on the river. Could have simply given up, but she decided to go for it. Abraham check raises all in. And she takes on a massive pot here.
You know, she laid an effective trap from the very beginning, from the very first decision pre-flop, not to 4-bet, all the way to the just call on the flop and turn. Really led Okamoto straight into the furnace on that one. And now she has a dominant chip lead. She has 10 million more chips than the next biggest stack of 3.5 million. She's sitting on 110 big blinds, half of the chips in play.
Absolutely insane developments here at this final table. Shiina Okamoto from Japan came into this final table with an overwhelming chip lead. Now down to 29 big blinds and basically fighting for the middle of the pack here. For Wallabeezy and everyone else asking, Kaylin Comiskey and Nikki Limo alongside me here for the commentary. Ladies, please share some about what you guys are doing in the world of poker and give some love to that podcast of yours.
Absolutely. Nikki and I started the Ace Holes podcast a couple months ago. We're about 10, 11 episodes in. We are a comedy-centric podcast. We like to feature games and sketches. We hope to move more and more into sketches as we grow and are able to get some more resources involved there. We're currently having a residence with Poker Night in America in Studio 52. Shout out to our corporate daddies for giving us the opportunity to be recording podcasts here during the summer.
Yeah, it's been great because everyone's in town for the series, so it was good timing to start right before the series. And the Poker Night in America mansion is just down the street from the Paris, so pulling players on their days off, or if they made a day 2 and there's still day 1s running, has been really cool. Got to interview a lot of really fun players, and still a lot in the queue to come. I won't give away any spoilers, but we got some big names coming on.
Well, there you go. Go check out Ace Holes podcast on YouTube and probably through your favorite podcasting apps.
Any podcasting apps. We have an audio version. The YouTube version has bonus videos, so definitely check that out.
Yeah, you can catch our interviews and some of our rapid fire games on the audio format, Stitcher, Apple Pods, and Spotify, and then tune into the YouTube full-length videos to catch all those extra sketches and games.
Meanwhile, Okamoto not showing any signs of slowing down after losing that big pot. Dvorkin limps from the small blind. Okamoto decides to just attack the small blind.
That's it.
Good pickup there. Not a very playable hand post flop. Great candidate to just raise and take it down.
Go check out for yourself if that play was GTO optimal. Scan the QR code on your screen or go to gtowizard.com/PokerGo. Should try it out for free for 24 hours. If you decide to sign up, you get a 10% discount. Normally, if Donnie Peters was alongside me, he would tell me some great story about how GTO Wizard has prevented him from punting away his entire bankroll because he's been studying a lot lately. But yes, I can speak from experience that it is extremely helpful to learn from the machine. GTO Wizard definitely the way to go. They had a big party, by the way. They had a big party
GTO Wizard?
You got the invite? Where was our invite? It must have got lost.
Yeah, it must have got lost in the mail.
You just want to bring up parties we weren't invited to, Remco? What the heck?
This is how invited I was. I got invited when the party had already started. That's when you're really not invited.
No, I think you're really not invited when you don't get an invite.
Action on Abraham. Jack 10 suited, raising it up. Ace Ace 5 on the flop, 2 clubs.
Tammy needs to flop best. Nam, our shorty, just 16 bigs at the start of this hand. Excuse me, I thought there was a 10 on the board. Win's still good. Tammy finally misses a flop for once, rather.
And you got to give a lot of credit to Win, who hasn't had a whole lot to work with, but she's been able to chip up nicely and hang in there as we're still 6-handed here at this final table.
I think it's the outfit. She looks like Miss Scarlet in Clue, you know? Devastatingly beautiful.
Yes.
If you're joining us in the chat, do let us know who you are rooting for. Going on playing style alone, it's hard to not pick either Okamoto or Abraham. They've both been involved in the majority of the hands at this final table.
I feel like after some of the dust settles and we get rid of a couple of the shorties, Tara Cain might come out of the woodwork and come out guns a-blazing, just sort of taking her bearings on everyone. But as we mentioned before, she's definitely one of the more experienced and accomplished players at the table.
And she did mention that she was calling herself the tortoise because she was just taking each pot as it comes, you know, not really getting swayed by the ebb and flow of her stack.
The most explosive thing we saw from her today was she flatted in the small blind versus an open with ace-king suited and then folded to the jam. That pot ended up doubling Tammy, and Tammy is now our chip leader after another set under set pot right after that one.
Malavet, 1.8 million, finds ace-jack suited in the big blind. Okamoto, it doesn't matter what she has, she's going to raise.
All in.
Malavet, ace-jack suited, moves all in. Okamoto gets the message. She lets it go. And slowly but surely, Okamoto now trending down as the stacks are tightening up together. And we have sort of a whole pack of stacks all bunched together, which is going to make Abraham's situation even better.
100%.
Let's not forget, Abraham was runner away from being on the rail here.
100%, yes. King Jack suited. She shoved over Okamoto's open and Tara King's flat, as we were just mentioning. Okamoto being aggressive enough that Tammy can definitely do that at a clip, and found the straight, found the 9 on the river to make the king high straight, and so here she is sitting atop the leaderboard.
Russell in the chat says, I actually love how Okamoto is playing even though her timing is bad. You got to give her just credit for how she's attacking at this final table.
Yeah, people earlier in the chat were calling her the Vanessa Selps of Japan.
Wow, high praise.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to make a final table if you don't know where the gas pedal is.
And even though she's taken such a massive hit, she still has almost 30 big blinds. Everyone else is looking at 20-ish.
Looks like Malavet's going to come with 250 from the small blind, attacking Cain's big blind. Haven't seen much from Cain in the last few orbits. Cain's going to make the call, defend her big blind. With all her experience playing at big final tables, Cain probably hoping that she can take this one post-flop. Ace-deuce 4 on the flop.
That's a pretty favorable flop for 3-5.
That is sort of the dream flop for 3-5. And worst case scenario for Cain, who might have some ambitions here, but after a bet of 300, perhaps she's going to think twice about that. Of course, Cain has to give Malavet.
She's blocking ace-king. She has bottom pair. There may be a tiny voice in her head that says she's allowed to raise here. We'll be seeing.
Malavet's hand is so strong that you're probably going to want to check this in some occasions, hoping that Cain is going to make a move. But in this case, Cain's going to come along for 300K, drawing almost dead here on the turn. It is the 7 of spades. She is now officially drawing dead. Let's see if Malavet's going to continue with the aggression or perhaps decide to slow down. Stacks are almost identical.
Reaching for chips here, not slowing down. Big old bet on the turn. That is strong.
Cain gives it up right away as Malavet bets what looks like 500K. Malavet chips up to 3 million, puts herself in a great position to start laddering up here. These pay jumps, of course, not insignificant.
Guess it worked.
The final 6 guaranteed $34,000. Next payout is going to be $46,000, then $62,000, $85,000, $118,000, and the first prize today is $192,000. Dvorkin, ace-7 of clubs. She's under the gun, comes in for a raise. Magique in PokerGO chat says, shout out to Tammy from your home game homies. Love hearing that. Always curious if there's friends and family watching of any of these players. Do let us know in the chat.
Greens are 25. Red are
Everyone
5,
folding around
and the
quickly
blues are 100.
to Abraham in the big blind, who finds ace-jack offsuit.
I think that's right.
We're going to see heads-up action here. Queen, Jack, 9 on the flop. Abraham continues to have the best hand, but at this point, she has a 95.9% chance of winning this hand as Dvorkin is down to running sevens.
Hiya.
Dvorkin, of course, has
160.
a small advantage as it pertains to being the pre-flop aggressor. She's going to have to get some credit from Abraham, but ace-jack suited, of course, very strong. Ace on the turn is probably going to give Dvorkin more confidence about her holding. Caitlin, how do you feel about Dvorkin's options here?
She might want to slow down on the ace. Completed diamonds, completed Broadway, and absolutely she's going to check it back. Try to get to showdown.
Deuce hits on the river, and Abraham checks again.
Trappy McTrapperson.
Wow, check, check, and
Nice check
Dvorkin
back.
saves herself a ton of chips as Abraham again rakes in another big pot. I mean, all these pots matter so much right now.
Yeah, it helps to be on fire at this part of the tournament.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Got the chance going too. Support from the rail.
Never.
The first time today,
Never.
Tara has fallen to the bottom of the chip counts, 14 bigs behind. And Dvorkin, after that pot, is left with just 16 bigs.
Also, meanwhile, Abraham now 52% of all the chips in play with 6 players remaining. You don't see that all too often. Meanwhile, Nam Nguyen just quietly playing her own tournament, not getting out of line at all.
Only player here with the out-of-line plays in the tool belt right now is Okamoto. Unfortunately, that did cost her her chip lead, triple barreling into top 2 with a pair of 8s against Tammy. Tammy's sitting back in the bunker just waiting for her to do that.
Raise 250.
I wonder if Okamoto is talking to herself thinking, oh, I could have just folded my way down to 3-handed play, so many chips, and now I put myself into quite a dangerous position. But judging by her playing style, nothing seems to bother her.
Absolutely, you know, when you've got that aggro button, I don't think you're there to make apologies or to fold. So absolutely support her going for
Something
it.
tells me this isn't her first final table, so I'm sure she can find a way to get those chips back, some of them at least.
Yeah, I mean, with the number of hands she's playing, if she does make a hand, she can certainly count for the double.
Yeah, we've seen her get paid off with bottom set against second pair.
165.
It's those kind of plays that get you paid off.
Yeah, those two definitely have the most battling of the session.
Meanwhile, Abraham continues to just win pot after pot. She's won 4 of the last 10 hands. 8 hands total at this final table. Only Okamoto has won more hands, but of course, she's lost all the big ones. If you're just tuning in, Tammy Abraham, she's up 11.5 million in chips since the start of this final table. Talk about running hot at the right time. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remco Rinkema. Kaylee Comiskey and Nikki Limo alongside me for commentary of this Ladies Championship final table. We just hit 1,000 likes, which means we don't have 2,000 likes, which means that you guys still have to like the video and subscribe to the channel. We got many, many days of World Series Poker main event coverage coming up starting tomorrow. So you better subscribe to our YouTube channel, turn on notifications, and then you'll be reminded of whenever we go live. Action on Nguyen. Just going to raise it up with deuces.
340. 240.
Malavet wakes up with ace queen. Started the hand with 25 bigs. Opts for the call.
I was just going to say, if Okamoto wakes up with something here, we could see massive fireworks, as she is known to take the aggressive approach. But now we're going to see heads-up action between Nguyen and Malavet. Not a lot of wiggle room here, given the stack sizes.
Absolutely. Deuce is still best on this king-high flop. Their equities are just about equal. We're at a little flip at this point.
Going to be hard to stay in with twos if Malavet shows aggression.
She does have the gutter to the Broadway.
Malavet's going to fire out here on the flop. Looks like 210.
These small pairs are kind of like no set, no bet.
250, actually.
When it comes to the final table, yeah.
Yeah,
right away.
and Nguyen lets it go with a bit of a smile, knowing that deuces are so hard to play unless you hit that set.
Which we saw Okamoto do earlier and get paid.
Yes.
You just got to hit that set. That's all it takes, guys.
It might be there on the turn or river. You just have to get there.
You just have to get there.
Have faith. Say a prayer. Light a candle. Charge your
I'm gonna
crystals.
probably dream about those.
I know.
When ICM is not in play, pocket two is one of my favorite jamming hands when short stack, because you want to see the whole board to realize your equity if called.
I feel like small pocket pairs have lost some of their luster. Back when I first started playing poker, they were all the rage.
Sorry.
I'm very interested to see if that moment earlier where Tammy went to visit her rail and was talking about a possible live tell on Okamoto, how that's going to come into play. The one pot they played after that, Tammy just flopped top two and called two more streets. Be interesting if they tangle again.
Yeah, it's been pretty straightforward poker for Tammy so far. She's been hitting hands at the right time. Of course, set over set was all in and hit a runner straight. But that is also a big part of tournament poker. You got to hit your hands when you're in these big spots. And Dvorkin here all in with king 9 of diamonds from the button for 1.5 million. He's going to pick up the blinds and antes.
First time in a while.
Dvorkin, Cain, and Nguyen all with 14 and 15 big blinds. Really tight right now.
Yeah, Okamoto and Malavet kind of in the pressure cooker now. Waiting for these small stacks to hopefully bust before them.
Speaking from your own perspective, what would you say your strong suits are in the tournament game?
I definitely think that the bubble spots are really understudied. And I worked with a coach to really study those spots in particular. ICM play. I was a cash games player mostly, so switching over when to play cash EV and when to be a little bit more loose and wide with your calls and raises.
I think my strength in tournament poker that we have in common is that I think a lot of tournament players are maybe more introverted than the average cash game player, a little bit more quiet, a little bit more introspective at the table. And I think one of my strengths is being able to pull people's personalities out, maybe not like distract in a bad way, but definitely enjoy the game more in the moment.
So do you use table talk to your advantage to perhaps make players uncomfortable when you're playing a big hand?
I'm more interested in making men uncomfortable, obviously, but I do enjoy a bit of speech play. That has been fun for me. It used to be a tell back when I played on the live stream, and a lot of my regulars figured it out. So now I have to change it up a little bit.
I wouldn't say I ever try to make anyone uncomfortable, but when they do the stare down at me, I definitely give them a wink and a kiss face.
Solid strategy.
Did not know how to handle that. You can also, when you get people to casually talk to you in between hands, I find you get to see how they are in unstressful situations, and then see the contrast when they're in a big hand and pick up a few tells.
Okamoto, meanwhile, picks up a hand that she will deem to be as strong as pocket aces given her playing style. Ace-7 of diamonds. Well within her range. A few quick folds, and Okamoto picks up some much needed lines and antes after having her stack dwindle from 12 million down to 3.6. Katie Lindsay on the rail there.
Beautiful flower crown.
Yeah, I love her.
Big smile from Okamoto. I love seeing that she's completely unfazed by how poorly things have gone for her so far.
I think with that playing style, you have to be pretty used to riding that roller coaster.
Yeah, very comfortable.
I think that, you set traps, you let yourself get into a corner, and then you come back charging. I think that has to be something she's pretty comfortable with, given her style of play.
Okamoto, pocket aces again. I must say, like, the way she's attacking this final table, nothing but respect for her playing style. I feel as though the other players at the table must be hoping that Abraham and Okamoto are going to clash again, just so they don't have to deal with that headache anymore.
To kind of even out the chips a little bit.
Cain waking up with cowboys with her last 12 big blinds.
Massive spot to pick up pocket kings here in the small blind.
See a little Hollywood tanking.
Cain's been patient so far at this final table.
Very patient.
Making quick decisions, though, so I wouldn't want her to.
Oh, she's going to flat.
Again, is the second time she's done this.
Wow, and Abraham, again, in the same scenario.
Exact
squeeze.
Same.
Exactly same scenario. And the last time this happened, we saw that massive double up for Abraham, making runner straight.
With the king-jack suited.
Yep. This time the king-jack suited belongs to Okamoto, and Abraham has ace-queen.
A lot of pain on the board.
And it looks like she's going to apply pressure here with her big stack.
I think that's exactly what Cain was planning on happening, given the previous hand they were in together. So I think that was brilliant on her part.
We're out here doing guerrilla warfare in the trenches. We're burying traps in the forests. We're wearing camouflage. Catch me if you can is the name of the game at the ladies'
If Okamoto calls here, Cain or raises, Cain gets a triple up potentially.
You mean a triple headache, having to fade additional outs?
True, with kings.
Very disciplined fold from Okamoto. Action now back on Cain. She only has a little more left behind compared to how much is asked for here by Abraham. And there it is. Everything goes into the middle for Tara Cain. Abraham asking for a count, but she's going to get a pretty good price here.
Basically a min click.
Now we just root for the hold. Well, if you're anyone else at the table, you're not rooting for the hold, but I can't help but root for the hold.
1.545. 1.545 is the total. Abraham already in here for 720K. Abraham definitely caught off guard here by this back raise all in.
Yeah.
She does make the call. We're going to see an all-in showdown here. Kings versus Ace Queen, and Tara Cain at risk for her tournament life.
I thought you had something to...
Oh, Ace Queen, sorry. Yes.
3.4 million chips in the middle. If Tara Cain wins this, she's going to be right back in it. All right, let's see the flop here. Cain needs to fade an ace. 9, 8, 6 rolls off the deck. Cain has the king of clubs, so no worry there. Abraham looking for an ace and an ace only. Could see a runner-runner split pot here as well, which would be very unfortunate. Turn card is the 9 of diamonds. That's not going to change anything. Abraham looking for an ace and an ace only to send Cain to the rail. Is Abraham's streak going to continue? It does!
Oh, my.
Wow, an ace on the river for Tammy Abraham.
It is
And Tara Cain sent to the rail in 6th place.
Tammy now going to have almost 60% of the chips in play. Wow, what a dominant chip lead. The next player is going to have 13% of the chips in play.
Wow.
So this was Tara's finish in the last ladies' final table, I believe. She finished 6th.
Taking home $34,000, I think.
But yeah, bigger payout this year for sure, I would imagine.
Tara Cain eliminated in 6th place. We are down to the final 5 who are all guaranteed $46,000. We're going to try and skip through this break. So top of your drinks, grab a new snack. We'll be back in about 1 to 2 minutes. All right, we are back at the final table of the Ladies Championship. Through the magic of the internet and the power of computers, we have skipped through this first break to keep you guys entertained. I mean, we all have ADHD these points in time.
Oh, yeah, I'm paying attention to you now. The lines are up. We're at 80,160K. And Tammy, Mama Tammy, representing the WPA and Pocket Queens, is sitting on top with a massive chip lead. 15.5 million. 60% of the chips in play. Go, Tammy, go.
The amount of like runouts for Tammy right now.
She chose a good time to run pure.
Yes, absolutely. If ever there was a time to just constantly hit your 2 outers, 3 outers.
Definitely took advantage of how she knew Okamoto was going to show up, who came into the day with this very similar dramatic chip lead. Just waited in the trenches for Okamoto to come out firing and sniped her.
Absolutely incredible final table so far. If you're just tuning in, my name is Remco Rinkema, Kayla Comiskey, and Nikki Limo alongside me. I promise you, you're going to just keep on watching right now, but whatever you missed, it is worth a rewatch because we've had a really, really exciting start to this final table. Lots of all-ins, lots of big hands. Shiina Okamoto has been driving the action. Unfortunately for her, she's run into massive hands from Tammy Abraham, who is our chip leader, with 15.5 million in chips. Yes, that is not a typo on the screen. If you enjoy our coverage, please hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and turn on your notifications for our channel, as we will be live every day during the main event, starting out with full day coverage. Of course, towards the end, we're going to do some previews of the PokerGO action on the main set. A little bit of inside knowledge here. We're using the next few days to build up our main event set. So we're going to start out on our free stream. And then when the big money is being distributed in the main event, we'll be on the big table.
Suzanne Malavet going to open the action here with a couple of trays. Dvorkin now with just 10 big blinds behind is our short stack. Gonna let it go. Okamoto in the big blind started the hand with 21 blinds, suited ace on board.
She's going to make the call. Over $1 million already in the middle here. Deuce, Jack 4, 2 spades on the flop. Malavet with a small pair, but she's reaching immediately. Aggression, of course, the best way forward.
Okamoto also with a pair, but a smaller pair, the only smaller pair.
I mean, you got to give credit to Malavet here for just continue to fire with threes.
100% goes with the bigger sizing too on the Jack 9 deuce. She's feeling herself now. They've made a couple of pay jumps. They've got their friends surrounding them, cheering them on. They're hitting their stride. It's beautiful to see.
Gotta feel good when you're one of the last remaining 5 players of a 4-day WSOP event at a streamed final table.
I think it would really stress me out. Everyone
Really?
watching at home, all that scrutiny over your plays.
True.
It's going to be tough to stick to your game plan when everyone's watching.
Whenever you're showing the world your whole cards, it's always a little bit scarier. All the mistakes are burned into the internet forever. They're branded, so to speak, on your legacy. So definitely the stakes are higher than your average.
And final tables are such a different beast than the other parts of the tournament that it's hard to judge somebody's entire gameplay on just the final table, yet that's all you will see on these streams.
All these ladies having to have played very well to make it to this point. And this is going to be the first women to win a bracelet in 2023, correct?
Sadly, yes.
Well, we're working on it over
I know.
here. Remco, I don't like your tone, but we're working on it.
So many deep runs. I thought Kristen Foxen was going to do it at one of the first events of the summer. There have been some close calls. As always, rooting for women to take down open events.
Definitely not the first final table
right.
with women.
Oh, yeah, we've
Lots
seen
of
plenty.
women making the final tables.
Angela Rich just yesterday, 5K 6 max. She played tremendous in one of the toughest non-championship events at the World Series of Poker. I believe she got her biggest cash of her career in the 5K 6 max.
Lonnie Hui making the final table of the PLO 8 event.
PLO 8, which is kind of like crack cocaine. I feel like you're just all in every hand. Oh, ace and a deuce? Yeah, sure, let's go.
Yeah, Billy Kopp actually took down that event, came in with a huge chip lead, and was able to apply pressure consistently and finish it out.
His
Congrats to
sister
Billy.
was the first woman to win last year.
She won the employee event. First
Oh, wow.
one out of the bag.
The first
Katie
person,
Kopp.
actually, not just a woman, but the first person to win a bracelet last
Kopp
year.
family dynasty. Shout out to them.
That's really cool. How many? Oh, speaking of amazing events that you should play, we are sending 3 of our annual subscribers to play in the PGT Championship $1 Million free roll. Subscribe right now to PokerGO.com. Select the annual subscription. Use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on that subscription, and then you'll be eligible for our giveaway. That event will take place in December. I will be there on site. You can tell me all your bad beat stories. $10 a pop.
Repping my PGT hat today.
I do like it. It's a
Thank
nice
you.
hat.
Thank you. I got it from the PokerGO team.
Very good. We got some really cool merch as well. Check out PokerGoShop.com.
Do y'all carry any thongs or pasties? Those are just the items that I need in my
Yeah,
closet.
yeah.
That's just what I have been meaning to
She's
shop
been
for.
overusing hers at home, and they're kind of raggedy right now.
Yeah, they don't have the stick the way they used to.
I think Brent Hanks is designing those as we speak.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
I'll reach out.
He's been trying on all
Yeah,
the new
modeling.
merch. Yeah, modeling. Making sure it's up to the modern standards.
Okamoto with ace-6 offsuit on the button. But, you know, you never know what she has.
Definitely earlier in the day, we thought the chip leader had it all locked up, and things can change very quickly. Tammy shoves with the king-jack suited, makes the runner straight, and here we are. Oh, how the turns have tabled.
Those jacks never holding.
They're cursed. How do you
Yeah,
play
first
jacks?
the jacks versus the king-jack hand, and then the set over set hand. Just two
Hi-ya.
huge pots back to back almost. Really turned around the chip lead.
Malavet going to defend with 10-9 suited here. 3 to a straight flush draw. I know Jeff Platt would be in there.
Absolutely. Speaking of our Dream Seed giveaway, all annual subscribers are eligible. If you're already an annual subscriber, you'll automatically be entered into our Dream Seed giveaway. Just to make that clear.
That is 175.
When I see the 8 of diamonds and I have 10-9 of diamonds, in my mind, I already have a straight flush.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm already there.
Do you check raise here?
I think I would actually.
I really like it when you get the wraparound cards, like you get the 1 over 1 under to a
sure.
flush or a straight, or yeah.
I check raise every hand though.
Every hand.
I'm big into check raising.
Good strategy.
Yeah, I'm big into check raising.
I do too. Gosh darn it. Sometimes they just fold.
It's a wonderful game of poker. The beauty of this game is that you can do whatever you want, whenever you want. Whether that's smart, doesn't really matter. You just have all that freedom. It's just
so much freedom.
What makes poker so exciting.
For the first time today, Okamoto is going to fall to 3rd in chips. Suzanne Malavet has leapfrogged from bottom to the top here amongst the 4 players that are not the dominant Tammy Abraham.
I mean,
Tammy cannot lose today.
Nope.
It has been insane watching these runouts.
Okamoto, queen 10 of diamonds. Aces again, basically. The players on Okamoto's rail have been seen in many high roller events this summer, so I can only imagine she's getting the advice to keep the aggression going despite the fact that she lost a lot of her chips.
Easy come, easy go.
Yeah.
Nguyen folding out the Robbie. I won a pot last night with Jack 4 in a cash game, and I shouted at the top of my lungs, "Women in poker!" I don't think the guy I felt it enjoyed that. He tripled off with ace king high. Come on, buddy.
That's how you pay the rent.
My rent.
Exactly. Abraham has been getting the better of Okamoto in such a way that she doesn't want to fold any hands against her.
First time,
yeah,
Tammy.
I was going to say, this is the first time she's given up. To everyone in the chat, how's your summer been going? Have you been playing poker? Have you been winning, losing, live, online? What's the story? Give us your lowdown on how the poker action has been. Sadly, I'm 0 for 10, but luckily, all I've played is the South Point Nightly, so it didn't cost me a whole lot.
Okay. Not even a mystery bounty buy-in.
No, these events run too long for me to interfere with my commentary schedule. I don't want to mess with that.
That's smart.
Okamoto, ace jack offsuit, is going to come in for a raise. Nguyen finds king queen offsuit, having not been dealt many good hands recently. 9 big blinds with king queen. All of a sudden, that hand starts to look a whole lot more appealing.
She finds the fold. She's been very measured and cautious. Very aware of her surroundings. Let's go, Nam.
Action folds over to Dvorkin in the big blind. She gives up 9-3 offsuit, and Okamoto is chipping up nicely again without showdown.
We haven't seen her get 2 out of line in a while. She's been opening with the best hands.
She definitely is capable of being very creative and aggressive. We saw her 3-bet with King 5 offsuit from the small blind really early in the session when she still had the chip lead.
Win now with the ace-jack suited. What if
This
this is just an open jam here with 10 big blinds, or if we're going to see a looks like we're just going to see a regular open.
Dvorkin even shorter than Nguyen. Both players below 10 big blinds. She is just going to raise, channeling her inner Steven Chidwick, not putting all those chips in the middle.
Absolutely. We've seen her do this a couple of times with her stronger hands. Not a big fan of the open jam, Miss Nguyen.
Only a few years ago, this style of play was highly frowned upon when everyone said, you just got to get your money in. Nowadays, with all the solvers getting involved, not to say that, Nam is studying the solvers, but there's a lot bigger case to be made to just raising a portion of your stack, leaving some chips behind, just in case everyone behind you goes bananas and you get a chance to fold out and perhaps get a little pay jump.
Yeah, and in addition, you're disguising, like if you had aces or kings, you'd want open.
And in this case, Okamoto seems to be seriously considering, either one of her options here. Okamoto, a big fan of the suited cards. She makes the call. Wow. Nguyen only about $1 million behind. Both players looking for clubs. Clubs for Okamoto would be a disaster. Flop brings out 7-8-5. This is not what Nguyen was looking for, but the question is, will she continue with some aggression here? She does. I think she moved all in and got the snap fold there.
Yep, that's what it looks like.
Yep.
It's pretty nutted with open under 10 big blinds.
Okamoto took a chance there. Did not pay off for her. We're looking at the chat here. Lots of people complaining about their luck this summer so far, which of course is a standard procedure in the world of poker.
Poker players complaining about their luck?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
No.
Check it again.
Justin says, almost torched my entire bankroll on a downswing. RIP. We got Shako saying, losing streak for 2 years already. I'm probably the unluckiest player in the world after Helmuth. Well, Helmuth won a bracelet last night, so don't give up just yet.
I didn't see the answer, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Unlucky with the record amount of bracelet wins in the world.
So unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Joy says, does anyone win a bracelet with 0 luck? Asking for a friend. I seriously think it's impossible to win a poker tournament without getting luck.
Absolutely. Variance is the word that they use for luck in the poker world.
Variance assumes you're always playing correctly and you're just riding the ride. I don't know that I can claim that. I'll still go with luck.
It is interesting looking back at that most recent hand. Nguyen would have made a lot less money if she had moved all in. In this case, Okamoto called her raise and then folded on the flop. So in a way, she got the most out of that one.
Absolutely, max values.
Nguyen and Okamoto going at it again in a blind battle here.
Okamoto with the Robbie. Not the Robbie Perfect. The Robbie Perfect is Jack Clubs, 4 of Hearts.
It used to be called The flat tire?
Was that the name of the Jack 4?
Yeah, like what's a Jack for?
Oh, wow. Great one. I like that.
Forever the Robbie. Robbie's definitely been firing events, been here this summer. Cashed a couple, made a lot of day twos in some of the bigger events. Okamoto finds a win with the Robbie.
Mary Dvorkin now in desperate need of a double up. She is the only player below 10 big blinds on just 7. Dvorkin has not won a hand in the last 10. Okamoto has won 5 of the last 10, keeping up with the aggression. Unfortunately, we do not have an interview with Cain. We'll try to get as many interviews as possible with the players from this table.
Absolutely. Not everybody wants to do an interview. They do have to be consensual here at PokerGo.
Well, I'm here under the threat of getting fired, so you know,
that's true. That's true. Nikki and I are creating a list of HR complaints that we've invented. So you
We were
stay
told
on your toes.
there would be cookies, but I don't.
I saw you eating a cookie just
I
now.
purchased that with my own dollars.
See, that all worked out for you.
I guess they're technically work cookies.
I will show you.
Bring your own.
I'll show you this secret stash of snacks that we have.
Ooh.
But it's dangerous. There's a
I'm
lot
listening.
there's a lot of them.
Danger is my middle name.
Yeah. I offered my colleagues Tim and Donnie $1,000 if they caught me eating any snacks, because I just don't stop.
You're a little
once I
snack
start.
monster?
I'm
We
horrible.
have too much
Yeah.
cheap.
And that was a weekend.
Look, Hansi, give
I
me
gained
a
like
sip.
6 pounds in the first week, and I haven't had a snack since. So there you go.
Nice. The
6
threat of
pounds in
losing,
processed food. That's just practically water weight.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, the threat of losing 10 South Point Nightly buy-ins.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a lot.
My bankroll
Stakes are
is
high.
tight right now. You gotta be careful.
Yeah.
Abraham, meanwhile, raising it up with Queen Jack offsuit. Malavet in the big blind, considering potentially playing for set value here.
Maybe considering a jam. Nope. Nope.
Cardinal 825 is asking, will there be a video of the Doyle Brunson Memorial on PokerGo? Yes, there will be. We're working on a larger video about Doyle, highlights, commentary, a whole bunch of stuff that's going to be released later this year. There is a certain day on the calendar coming up that would be perfect as Doyle Brunson Day. You guys at home figure out which day that's going to be.
Could it be in October, perhaps?
Perhaps in October, yes. Of course, the celebration of life happened today in the theater here at the World Series of Poker. For those just tuning in, we referenced it earlier. Phil Helmry, Daniel Negreanu, Brian Balsba, Maury Escandani, Gabe Kaplan, Lyle Berman, Todd Brunson all spoke, said some wonderful words about Doyle. A compilation of that will be available at a later point in time.
Just saw Okamoto release 7-5 suited in the cutoff. She definitely prefers to get out of line with sort of these big little combos, off-suited combos. Just anecdotally what I've seen so far today from her. Gets a little more board coverage that way, I suppose.
Malavet has to be worried about battling with the chip leader here in this blind-on-blind confrontation.
I think these two are maybe some of the more friendlier duos of the remaining women. They seem to be sharing a lot of the same rail members from the WPA organization.
Yeah, please speak some more on all the recent initiatives that I've seen to make poker more accessible, to include women more in poker organizations. I feel like the last, I guess, 2 or 3 years, that's been coming on strongly from many different directions.
Absolutely. So the two organizations we see repped by these ladies are Poker Power, that Malavet is repping. That was founded by a CEO who learned poker to learn risk management and sort of help her in the business world and competing in male-dominated fields. And so she decided it would be an initiative of her to teach 1 million women how to play poker. Juan is involved in that group, as well as Kaina England, Abby Merck, Sarah Steffen, a lot of great women that do do weekly classes and courses as a part of Power and Poker. I believe a lot of the introductory group classes are complimentary for women wanting to play. There's also Women Poker Association that's head up by Chris and Ruth Hall. They work to put on tournaments for lower buy-ins. I know that they have a series at the Lodge, my home club, that they play, and that they network women together. They do a lot of trips together. They do meetups in different cities for events, so that's a great networking opportunity to meet other women. They have a Facebook group, is the best way to get involved with that one. And then finally, the newest group we've seen come up is an initiative led by Victoria Liveshitz, who is a very... Oh, Pocket Queens coming.
Yeah. No, Pocket Queens is the name of the group.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. I was like,
worries.
that's Queen Jack, but I'm not going to correct you right now. No, yes, Pocket Queens is Victoria's group, and she provides free courses and training for women in poker. It's a smaller group right now, but it's a very enthusiastic group. Both Maria Ho and Daniel Negrano remarked publicly after working with their women's group that they were very impressed by the level of enthusiasm and passion for the game. So that is another opportunity to connect with other women in the game that are taking their game seriously and
again,
wanting to get better and grow.
It's free for women.
Exactly, yes.
That's awesome. I love hearing that. And of course, the fact that the ladies event grows year over year.
Well, there's also a bunch of other ladies events popping up around town too. So during this last week where we had the WSOP ladies, there were also, they had
Poker League of Nations put on the 360 Silver Cup at Resorts World on Monday.
Also the WPT put on a win ladies cash game where they gave away seats to the ladies events in I believe December, the WPT.
Jamie Kerstetter, definitely
And we got a big all-in here as Mary Dvorkin's tournament life is on the line here with a flush draw versus our chip leader, Tammy Abraham, who has top pair. Dvorkin came into this hand with very little chips. She's going to need to hit a club to stay alive in this event.
Whole nation of Israel rooting hard for Puppy Paw right now.
Backdoor straight still possible as well. Let's see the turn card here. Turn card. It is the 3 of spades. Dvorkin still in desperate need of a club to survive here. Abraham in the lead with Queen Jack on this jack high board. River card. Dvorkin finds a double up.
Thank you.
And stays alive in this event. They're still 5-handed. The Israeli rail goes crazy. Love to see it.
That's really exciting.
Mary, we mentioned, was proposed to this week after her and her now fiance both had very deep runs in major events. Here at the WSOP, he decided it would be the perfect opportunity. They came home to her Airbnb, and there were the rose petals and the whole scene, so she's got a lot to celebrate this week.
Yeah, he got 5th place, which she is now guaranteed at least 5th place in this tournament. We'll see if she can beat his score in a little friendly competition.
I don't think so.
I'm sure there's some friendly competition going on between them and some needling perhaps if she managed to get at least 4th.
Yes.
That'd be awesome. Either way, the week of celebrations for that couple is going to probably get even more elaborate with all the cash they're raking in.
So fun.
Absolutely. I think she gets to buy the custom dress.
Yeah.
Extra embellishment, please.
Nam Nguyen probably fairly unhappy with that club on the river.
Yeah, that cost her a couple dozen thousand, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly right. Little update here for those that are just tuning in. We have payouts available in the description, but I can also just tell you that the remaining 5 players are guaranteed $46,000. Next player to bust after that will get $62,000. So given the fact this is a 1K buy-in, that's a lot of buy-ins.
Yeah, this is where the pay jumps actually get very juicy.
Action folds to Dvorkin in the small blind. Wouldn't be bad to just keep that pressure on and perhaps move it in here on Okamoto.
I think when it folds around to you and you have an ace and 14 bigs, it's always an option.
I'm all in.
She agrees.
Yeah, Dvorkin moves all in And Okamoto finds ace king in the big
Oh.
blind. Wow, the Japanese snaps her off.
Sheva, ask Sheva,
And
ask
Dvorkin is at risk again, again the underdog. Last hand she was looking for a club. Now she will need a 7 or 4 clubs to find a double up here. 4.6 million in the middle. Whoever wins this hand is going to be second in chips. They always say it always comes 7, but will it come before Dvorkin? We're about to find out. Here comes the flop. King, king, jack. 2 clubs, back to the royal flush draw. We're not out of the woods yet here. Okamoto in a great situation here. Queen of clubs. Hey, I don't want to say I called it, but it is still possible.
Sweaty.
Dvorkin again for the second hand in a row, looking for a club on the river to survive. Can she find it, or will she exit in 5th place? River card is the 9 of spades.
So close.
What a sweat.
Dvorkin eliminated in 5th place. She gets a huge round of applause from the rail and a round of fist bumps from the players at the table. Dvorkin collects $46,000 for her 5th place finish. And Okamoto is finally back to her winning ways.
So yeah, her and her new fiance both ended with the same places.
Synchronicity.
So cute.
True love's in the air.
They did not want to outdo the other, I guess. Wow. Fun sweat there.
Thank you, Julie. You were amazing. Thank you.
I only love a fun sweat when I'm not involved in it.
That was an insane turn card. My goodness.
We are 4-handed in the Ladies' Championship, in case you're just tuning in. My name is Remco Rinkema. Kaylin Kaminsky and Nikki Limo alongside me. We're calling the action until we find a winner tonight. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. We're down to 4. Nam Nguyen, the short stack with 8 big blinds. Also, huge shout out to Suzanne Malavet, just tiptoeing her way around this final table. Finds herself in the final 4 right now.
Absolutely. She's like, don't mind me, I'll just sneak up. Gonna find a hand she likes with the ace-8 offsuit, first act.
Mom, do I do right? It's right.
The small blind, yes, that's good.
Thank you.
I'll actually put a poll in our YouTube chat, but not before we listen to Chyrsi Phionotis, the winner of the 50K PLO High Roller. Natalie is standing by to talk to Chyrsi on the rail here.
Well, Chyrsi, congratulations. Bracelet number 2 in the 50K PLO event. An extremely tough field. How'd you get it done?
I mean, I ran good. I put a lot of pressure on. I felt like the whole tournament I was taking advantage of every ICM situation that I possibly could on the bubble, the final table bubble, and then final table. So that was good, and I obviously was making hands, ran beautiful, all the 50-50 spots I was winning, and it was just a crazy experience, and took out everybody at the final table, so I obviously had to run good.
You had the support of your friends and family. I mentioned it's bracelet number 2, and you have a baby on the way.
Yep.
Does that environment and that support make this one even more special for you today?
It's amazing. I have a 21-month-old daughter already, so my next daughter is due August 11th, so I got 2 little girls, and it's just, obviously, it's just amazing for my family and just to help their future and everything, and obviously that's what we play for, is to set up the family for the future.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for the time. Remco.
Thank you, Natalie, and thank you, Chyrsi Phionotis. Congrats on winning the 50K PLO High Roller for a whopping $2.3 million, defeating Tyler Smith heads up, who takes home $1.4 million. Chyrsi Phionotis clearly hiding some emotions behind those shades. That must be insane to win an event like that.
Absolutely. Bringing that girl dad energy, securing the future for his family. Definitely tell he's proud.
Wow, what an awesome win for Chyrsi Phionotis.
We're down to 4 players now here in this ladies event.
I don't even remember the story.
Got another Robbie / flat tire. Blind versus blind.
Tammy Abraham still holding on to a very, very comfortable chip lead. Does she have to worry about Okamoto being in position against her? Do you think that Okamoto is going to try to take advantage of her now that they're sitting side by side?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they see. I don't think they have any signs of slowing down against each other.
No, now that we're short, they're ready to get in the streets.
Nam is definitely excited to be one of the short stacks and outlast bigger stacks than you is always the goal of a short stack at final table.
Z Sly in PokerGO chat says, "I'm gonna cry like a baby when I win," and I feel the same. If I was ever to be at the final table of a World Series of Poker event, I don't even know if I would be able to control my emotions.
I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, I wonder if I'll cry or not if I ever am lucky enough to win a bracelet.
I cry just thinking about it. So yes.
Yes. I'd cry if I won a South Point Nightly for once. By the way, much love to everyone keeping it lighthearted and positive in the chat. And F you to the over 100 people we've had to ban already. People are miserable sometimes, man.
Yeah, I find it even more so in women's events or anytime a lady is involved for whatever reason.
The good thing is we have the best moderators imaginable. Shout out to everyone.
Oh, they've been Johnny Quick Draw McDraw in there. I've been seeing.
Yeah, the hammer has been flying. But overall, of course, 7,000 people watching. The vast majority is trying to create a fun and exciting atmosphere here.
Lots of love to you guys out there.
Yeah, it is cool to see such a huge turnout for this ladies' event final table. The poll is turning out to be quite exciting. 72% so far thinks that Okamoto has got this in the bag. She must have really impressed the viewers so far with her playing style. Nguyen looks down at 6-4 of hearts. She is just thinking of a way to get away with a steal, perhaps. Does decide to stay disciplined, lets it go. Action folds to Abraham in the small blind. She has no choice but to start tangling with Okamoto a bit more. Cards have been coming her way so far. Abraham raising it up to 325. Action on Okamoto in the big blind. She's going to make the call. Yeah, no easy customer there in the big blind. I think Okamoto is really going to try to defend a lot of the big blinds here.
Abraham pairs her 6.
Abraham going to continue firing here. Not much to go on there for Okamoto.
Backdoor straight possibility, but she gives it up.
Okamoto, of course, under a bit of ICM pressure here, knowing that Nam Nguyen is on the ropes with 7 big blinds. We're getting close to 1,000 votes in the poll. 70% Okamoto, 23% Abraham. And both Malavet and Nguyen a 4% chance, according to our chat. By the way, if you're in our chat, let's get us up to 1,500 likes. Come on, let's do it. Hit that like button on our YouTube feed.
It costs you nothing, and it makes us so happy.
It makes us famous, too.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Spread that fame around a little bit.
There's enough to go around, Remco.
If you're not yet a YouTube subscriber, I can highly recommend you do so and hit the notification bell to get notified whenever we go live. We've got 14 straight days of main event coverage coming up. As Malavet finds ace-3 of hearts. It's exactly the type of hand you're looking for on a shorter stack. I mean, shorter stack, what am I saying? 30 bigs. She's very comfortable right now.
This big blind is our shorty It's 5 big blinds behind. Not going to take it with Jack-7 offsuit.
She's going to wait for a better spot. Shout out to Matt Raines for the $5 donation. Says, thank you for your coverage. My amazing wife is enjoying this as much as I am. Thank you, Matt. Love hearing that.
Oh, heck yeah, Matt.
Oh, yes. Sorry, forgot.
Did you just tell all your followers to start watching? We just picked up like a thousand viewers.
Yes, I'll take credit.
Please, please do, please do. King Queen suited here for Okamoto. He's going to raise it up, and Nguyen moves all in immediately. This must be a strong hand. It's King Queen suited as well. We got clubs and hearts going up against each other as Malavet lets go of her 2 clubs. So you got to give the edge here to Nguyen. Exactly right. King Queen versus King Queen, hearts versus clubs.
Black or red. Here we go.
King, queen, hearts versus clubs. You got clubs, right? She's got. I'm not in.
The Japanese rail seems to be growing with every orbit. Absolutely love to see it here.
It's the first time we've seen Nguyen rise to her feet.
Everyone on their feet right now. There's not a single player left at the table as we await the flop here. Will there be hearts for a potential Nguyen double up? It is clubs for a potential knockout. 2 clubs folded by Malavet, so the odds not that great, but still, Okamoto 1 club away from sending Nguyen to the rail. Backdoor heart still possible as well. There's always a sweat. Turn card is the 6 of diamonds. Backdoor hearts now dead. Nguyen needs to fade a club on the river to stay in the tournament.
Good diamond.
Nguyen asking for a diamond. What will it be? It is a diamond.
She gets it.
She gets her diamond to stay alive. We chop this one up, and 4-handed play will continue. Quick reminder here, the final 4 guaranteed $62,000.
2 aces.
Nguyen looking for aces.
Nice hand.
Nice hand.
This, of course, leaves Nam Nguyen's situation unchanged, sitting on 6 big blinds, still needing some help quickly.
I can't help but admire her poise and control throughout the evening. As I remarked earlier, she's definitely the best dressed lady. Took the most formal route with her attire, came dressed to impress for the job she wanted. She's made several pay jumps, opted to go more the old-fashioned, not open shove with the less than 15 big blinds, and has opened a couple of her premiums that worked out in her favor. Can't help but admire the run she's had so far today.
Yeah, and Okamoto does what she does best, raising it up. King Jack suited this time to 325. Abraham finds 10-8 suited, which costs her a lot of chips earlier on.
Yeah, she opened that hand on the button. And Okamoto turned a set of deuces.
7-4-5 on the flop. This flop leaning a lot more towards Abraham. King Jack, however, still in the lead. Okamoto recognizing that this flop is way better looking for her opponent defending from the big blind.
Absolutely, and she knows her opponent, Tammy, loves to trap her. Tammy gonna find the probe bet here.
Well done by Abraham. This might actually get through.
Mm-hmm.
Small bet, though.
Oh,
Only
Okamoto finds the call.
Only 175,000 into a pot of already 1 million chips. River card is the queen of clubs. Now let's see if Abraham has it in her to fire out a hefty bet here. She does check. It goes check, check, and king high is going to be best here. This must be a little boost to Okamoto's confidence.
Absolutely. Would have loved to see Tammy go for the river bet there. I think she could have gotten it through.
Abraham still with an enormous chip lead. It's kind of insane, actually. Still 55% of all the chips in play as we're 4-handed.
Well, she knows when her probes are getting snapped off, and she knows how to give up. in that case.
Thank you to Teddy sharing the link to the Women in Poker or the Women's Poker Association in the chat. To our moderators, please feel free to share the organizations mentioned prior by Caitlin into the chat.
Poker Power and Pocket Queens.
There we go.
Suited Jack for win.
That sounds like a good organization too.
Suited Jack.
Suited Jack. You know, why not?
We should at least choose one that you can make a straight with, though. We're gonna go with a suited Jack.
Jack 9.
Much better. Much better.
I always find it funny. I love asking people for their favorite hand, and usually that comes with the story.
Pocket fives.
See, there you go. So to everyone in the chat, do you have a favorite hand that's not aces, and why is that? And Nikki, you can tell your story.
So I would say 7 out of 10 times I flop a set or turn a set with pocket fives, or I get a straight or quads.
That'll probably keep happening forever for the rest of your career.
Yeah.
Make an
I don't know what it
guess.
is about pocket fives. I have gotten the most quads with pocket fives out of any other pocket pair.
If this was 1 year ago, I would have thought that Josh Arya bribed you to say that. But of course, since the
Is that his favorite?
Since the PokerStake rebrand of PocketFives.com, now I can no longer go that route. But do you have a hand like that, Caleb?
10-9 suited, I used to 3-bet indiscriminately in all positions because I think I just read in a poker article one time that was a good candidate to bet before I started studying the game more. So I've definitely been burned by it a lot, but I've definitely won a lot of big pots with the old 10-9 suited. So got a special place in my heart.
I want to just tag along with your sentiments there. 10-9 suited, one of my favorite hands. And of
Well,
course,
there it comes
we
up.
would
It heard you.
would have gotten 2 pair. Meanwhile, Okamoto 10-8 was in the lead on the flop, but Abraham catches up on the turn, hits a king. Recapping the action here, Abraham raised the small blind, Okamoto called. Abraham continued for 250 on the flop. Okamoto called again. Now, Abraham betting 450.
Always hard to call those aces and kings on the turn from the original raiser. Let's see if Okamoto can sniff this out.
Okamoto is going to come along. Not drawing dead, but a really precarious situation here. Only 11% equity. Queen of hearts on the river.
Now got a 4-liner to the straight out there. We've seen Abraham slow down when some of the draws and made hands get in there. But she's got top pair right now.
Wow, 600K is the bet from Abraham. Is Okamoto once again going to pay it off? Abraham continued to apply the pressure here, going for value with her pair of kings. She does make the call, and she's going to see the bad news. Abraham keeps her streak alive of winning every single significant pot versus Okamoto. Are we sensing a bit of disbelief on Okamoto's side, thinking she can't always have it?
100%. When your opponent continues to put their foot on the gas pedal, I think with Tammy, it's not necessary. I would be interested to see what kind of pots they played yesterday. It doesn't seem to necessarily be within her character to get out of line a lot. The one time she went for the turn probe a couple of hands ago, she gave up on river when called. So maybe she'll be able to sniff this out and slow down against Tammy, who seems to be playing pretty face up.
Yeah, Tammy has had it so far every single time, which is quite a good thing to just have it.
I would prefer to just have it, honestly. Like, solid strategy. I'm going to adapt it.
Malavet, Queen 7 offsuit. She's looking really comfortable, not taking any risk as Abraham finds Ace King of Hearts. She raises it up. And Okamoto and Nguyen both give up the blinds.
Again, just have it. Have one of the strongest hands every time.
Yeah, it's really incredible how well things have been going for Tammy Abraham.
Yeah, it's been exciting to watch. You know, it's fun. I'm watching really masterful plays, obviously, but then just watching these runouts and the way the poker gods have treated her today has been incredible. Right when you want to be treated, which is at a final table. She has almost 4 times the amount of chips as the next behind her, who's Malavet. Malavet and Okamoto sharing about the same stack size, with Nguyen very, very far behind, but really, you know, nursing her short stack here, picking her spots.
Yeah, Nguyen all in here with the best of it. King, queen offsuit versus the king 10 of spades of Okamoto. Of course, it was not a whole lot more for Okamoto to call here. 1.8 million in the middle. Wins tournament life on the line once again. Okamoto looking for spades or a deuce. Nguyen, of course, looking for a clean run out here to keep her hopes in this event alive. She's all in for just 4 big blinds. Let's see what the flop brings. Deuce, 3, 4, 5, and the deuce connects with that. Okamoto now an open-ended straight draw.
Definitely a sweat here.
Wow, 11 outs for Okamoto. On their previous all-in showdown, she almost burst out a club flush there, but managed to fade on the river. Turn card is the 7 of hearts. Okamoto no longer with a 6 as an out. That will be a chop, an ace or a deuce, or else Nguyen will double up again. It is a jack on the river, and Nguyen doubles up. We're going to continue four-handed play here. Round of applause for Nguyen from the rail.
That's got to feel good.
Oh, yeah. I love how Nguyen's been playing.
Definitely.
She's been playing disciplined.
Picking her spots.
Picking her spots, yeah. I think Nguyen just called for 5 more double ups.
Yeah.
you gotta stay ambitious.
Yeah, thank you.
Just tuning in, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It helps us spread the word on these final tables. This is our final WSOP bracelet event of 2023 before diving into 14 straight days of main event coverage. If you love poker, you're not going to want to miss that. So
How are you feeling about that?
I'm so hyped up for the main event.
Me too.
I don't even need coffee. Like, I'm just like,
I can't believe it's here already.
I know, it's crazy.
Like, we look forward to it all year, and it seems like so far away, and then now it's here.
Are you playing one of the day ones?
I think I will be. I think I'm doing day 1C.
Love it.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you're ready for the journey?
I never feel ready. But I always feel ready.
Main event, of course. It's a marathon more than anything.
Yes.
Keeping any sort of energy levels up is one of the hardest things about that tournament. Like I said, 14 straight days of coverage, meaning that the players need to play for the majority of those. I believe if you register on day 1D, you only get 1 day off, and then you have to play for 11 days.
Wow.
And there's 1 day off before the
And
final
you could
table.
register on day 2,
You
right?
can,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, so you could technically register on the final day 2 and then play 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 days straight without any breaks. There's a 1 day break before the final table kicks off. All right, Abraham here with Jack 10 flops, 2 pair, and her run of good fortune continues.
Continues.
Wow.
The sun is shining on Abraham. Nice fold here with the pocket eights. My death hand.
Shout out to Ken Poco for the 200 Japanese yen donation. And Ken, I had to put your message in our Google Translate, and I translated it, and it says, Okamoto-san, you the best. So there we go. We got some Japanese fans in the chat. Show yourself if you are watching from Japan. Very much appreciate it.
Yeah, I really just hope to get a fun table for day one
Oh,
because
yeah.
you're spending the entire day with there. You don't really break tables on day one, so you're really spending a lot of time with those people.
Win with ace-8 offsuit on 11 big blinds. Might be good enough to shove. Does decide to lay it down, sticks to her disciplined style. But yes, main event day 1A is tomorrow. If you are in Las Vegas, you can see our crews working around the clock to get our set ready with all the fancy cameras. They bring out the extra good stuff. That, of course, for all the episodes we're creating from the main event to show poker on TV as well to a national audience. The good thing about our PokerGO coverage is that it's no blackouts. So remember back in the day, we couldn't show it everywhere. Those days are gone. Between YouTube and PokerGO, we are covering every single day of the main event. In prior years, we picked up the action on day 2 or 3. We're going to get 4 days of coverage of day 1 as well, with myself and Donnie Peters on the commentary.
I like that because a lot of people go out day one. It's a very, tumultuous event. So we definitely want to see all of our favorites in there as much as possible.
I'm just here for the Phil Hellmuth clown show. Whatever entrance he's going to do this year.
I believe last year I was in the silver room when he came in with the Darth Vader entrance.
Yeah.
Very revealing costume. Very revealing costume.
Very, very interesting choice. Of course, the final year at the Rio, he was Gandalf. That was also something else.
Okamoto picking up the flush draw on the turn.
King high still best here for Malavet. She's going to represent that ace. Okamoto getting a nice price here to see the river card.
Might be small enough that she's going to induce a little azione here.
Okamoto not one to just roll over. She's definitely considering her options here.
Yep.
Oh, wow. She just moves all in.
Going to be hard to call off with king high here.
Great aggression here from Okamoto.
Yeah, these are the kind of moves that I'm very impressed by.
Takes a lot of chutzpah this deep in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Put it all in with queen high. Put your opponent in the blender. Malavet didn't snap fold. She's got the king of diamonds in her hand, though, so she is blocking the nut draw.
Malavet at least doing some posturing, hoping that this might avoid potential future shoves. Okamoto with a little fist bump to her rail.
Excellent play.
Yeah, very impressive move by her. Also separating herself a little more now from both Malavet and Nguyen. And the towering chip lead from Tammy Abraham still looms large over the rest of the field. Seven deuce from Malavet. Looks funny, but is very useless unless you're playing in a cash game where you can win some money with it. They should really do a 7-deuce game in tournaments where you get paid additional chips if you manage to win the hand.
Or a bad beat jackpot. I would take one of those.
Yep, that would also be great. Okamoto finds jacks in the small blind. Hasn't even finished stacking her chips yet.
Gonna force her opponent all in.
I think she just called, actually.
Oh, no?
Yeah, she just limped, and
Okay,
Wynn's going
I
to see a free
misheard.
flop. Okamoto's so strong, hoping that Wynn flops something to go with. And this might be the something that she's looking for. Pair of fives, of course, not that strong for Wynn, but it's better than nothing on the short stack. Well, look at that. Win betting 200K. Ace on the turn. 2 overcards now to Okamoto's pair of jacks. River card, king of diamonds. Okamoto just happy to get the showdown here. Or call a bet from Win. It does go check, check, and Okamoto will take this one down with pocket jacks. We're approaching 10,000 viewers here on YouTube. A couple thousand as well on PokerGO. Much love to everyone tuned in. We love to do the ladies event stream for everyone watching. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Always love finding out whether we have an international crowd going. And I'm pretty sure we'll have plenty of people watching from Japan today.
Absolutely. The Okamoto fans are coming out in
Oh,
full
yeah.
force in the chat. And I can see why.
If you're new to our channel, please don't forget to subscribe. If you want to subscribe to PokerGO, make sure to use promo code DREAM30 to save $30 on your annual subscription. That also makes you eligible immediately for our PGT $1 million free roll event that is going to be in December. We're sending 3 annual subs to that event. Here we go. Chat's going nuts. Everyone letting us know where they're tuning in from. Lots of fans of Okamoto. We also have Indiana, New Jersey, Iceland, Czech Republic, Denmark, Morocco, Korea, Minneapolis, Netherlands. Yep, everyone's here. It's like the United Nations in the chat.
United Colors of Benetton family. Love it.
Yep. Win raising it up with 9-6 offsuit. Malavet with king 9 in the big blind. She's going to make the call. Dancing on a tightrope here for Win, raising off the short stack.
This is definitely one of my favorite trash hands to play. I won't tell you why, because I'm a lady.
Oh, 3 cards. Yes. For a second there, I thought we got a 1-card flop. And Win just moves all in right away.
Wow.
Gut shot, good enough for her to go with, and picks up some chips. Very well done.
Yeah.
I really like Win's short stack opens and then shove flop whatever comes out.
She's got a game plan.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of people attacking Suzanne right now. She's had a couple of opportunities to send people with the rail with king high, but haven't seen it yet. We'll see if she gets maybe a little frustrated if this continues to happen, if she'll draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, Malavet now down to 14 big blinds. A couple of orbits ago, she was tied with Okamoto for second in chips. Blinds, by the way, also 80K, 160K with a 160K big blind ante. Started today with 7 players. Playing down to the winner. Some heavy breathing going on there at the final table. The cards moved over 1 spot as Malavet receives the cards that Win got on the previous hand. And a walk, our first walk.
All right.
Tammy gets a walk.
She is just sun running everywhere with the walks, the good hands.
Abraham in a terrific spot here to win the ladies event. She must be feeling a little bit of adrenaline and extra pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Not wanting to give up on this massive lead.
Definitely letting the shorties fight with each other right now. Hasn't been too involved in a minute.
Over 3 times the chip stack of the next person.
I think her stack is peaking for this final table right now. It's 64% of the chips in play.
It's absurd. 16.7 million in chips with 25.9 million in play. I mean,
if you had this much of a chip lead, do you think you'd fold till heads up play, or what do you think you'd do here?
I think you would probably try to attack Okamoto.
Yeah.
And leave the other 2 alone, just because Malavet and Win are going to be all in pretty soon, looking at how big the blinds and antes are. But of course, you don't want to just start doubling up people left and right.
Exactly.
But you also don't want to sit back because, like I said, those blinds and antes come around pretty quickly. It's pretty costly if you don't manage to maintain your stack. And she's really been getting the better of Okamoto so far at this final table as Nguyen finds 6-9 again. It's the third straight hand where we've seen 6-9. Nguyen's going to let this one go. Action on Malavet. Ace-Jack offsuit on the button. Malavet, of course, moves all in for her last 11 big blinds. And Abraham again finds a hand.
Wow.
This is Tammy Abraham's tournament to lose. She finds ace-king offsuit in the small blind with Malavet all in front of her. Let's see if she's just going to call this or perhaps isolate.
That one, oh, sorry. You figured it out.
Abraham not rushing into anything here. Wow. Terrific timing to pick up ace-king. Abraham really taking her time here. She moves all in over the top, applying that pressure on Okamoto in the big blind. She lets it go really quickly, and here we have an all-in showdown. Malavet at risk with ace-jack offsuit. She's going to need some help, or else we'll be down to three-handed.
She has ace-king.
Tammy Abraham receiving some additional coaching from her rail as we await the showdown that has Suzanne Malavet at risk. Malavet looking for perhaps a straight, of course a jack, clubs, diamonds. It's all possible still. Here comes the flop. Deuce 5-6. Not a whole lot to go on here. Malavet, yeah, Malavet can't look. Needs a jack to stay alive. Let's see the turn card. It's a 5 of diamonds on the turn, opening up some chop possibilities. Malavet not out of the woods yet. In dire need of some improvement. The river card is the queen of diamonds, and that will spell the end for Suzanne Malavet. She is sent home in 4th place. Terrific run by her. She collects $62,000 for her efforts. And we are down to the final 3 in the Ladies Championship. The final 3 all guaranteed $85,000.
Gotta love that Nam Nguyen has been short stacked all day and outlasted all of the bigger stacks to get to 3rd place here, and the game is not over yet.
She really bided her time and she waited to get out of line. She stole some chips from Suzanne and put her in that position where Malavet is on the rail now.
Yeah.
Wow, what an incredible run from Suzanne Malavet. Terrific showing by her as well.
I believe this is her biggest cash to date.
Absolutely. Huge score, and huge scores for the 3 remaining women as well, as we get closer and closer to crowning a champion in the Ladies Championship. Abraham finds king-queen offset on the button, is just continue to apply the pressure. If you're just joining us, my name is Remco Rinkema. I'm joined by Caitlin Comiskey and Nikki Limo to provide you coverage of the Ladies Championship.
Tammy drags another pot. She has 77% of the chips in play currently after felting.
That's incredible.
Suzanne. I do see a scenario where she gets heads up with Okamoto and Okamoto finds a way to just blow her out of the water with their current dynamic.
Could be.
Okamoto definitely the most aggressive player at this table. Sometimes getting herself in trouble for no reason.
Made a very ambitious triple off with pocket eights on an ace-king high board. Tammy had been slow playing her ace-king and took a big chunk of Okamoto's stack.
Nam Nguyen with about 6.5 big blinds.
Just gonna limp in here.
Abraham puts in the quick raise with the suited 10.
Wow.
This hand is over.
Yeah, we are very close to our next all-in, as Nguyen has just 6 big blinds remaining.
Headed into the big blind.
Oh, yeah. We're playing 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante. The price of poker has gone up again.
Yeah, those blinds come around real fast when it's three-handed.
We're about to get an interview. We're about to go to our interview with Suzanne Malavet, our 4th place finisher. Very curious to hear what she has to say to our Natalie Bodie.
Suzanne, we were just speaking, not the finish you wanted, but your best career cash by about 20x. How pleased are you with your performance today?
I'm incredibly happy. I wasn't even expecting to make it to day 3, so I'm super excited right now.
You mentioned this was your first ladies event ever and a 4th place finish for you. What will you take away from this run?
I just have to be confident in what I can do and keep it up. And I mean, just have fun. That's what I did here.
Thanks so much for the time. Congrats. Remco.
Thank you, Natalie. Always great hearing from the players. And I just love the fact that she can take positive energy away from this experience, you know, not talking about the what ifs, but just sort of appreciating the moment for what it is.
Absolutely. I think she'll take the confidence of this run and hopefully she'll continue to apply pressure and put herself out there and find successes. Sometimes we need to be shown from the universe that, like, why not us? Why not me? Why can't it be me to make the big run and hit the cards and get lucky? Like, everybody else gets dealt 2 cards just the same as everybody else. And it doesn't matter that my biggest score to date is $3,000 or $4,000. I'm fully capable of taking down this bracelet. So definitely really cool to see that energy from Suzanne.
3-handed play continues here at the final table of the Ladies Championship. Nguyen still desperate for a double up, sitting on just 7 big blinds. Mr. Bailey in the chat says, turning $1,000 into $62,000, I'd be pumped too. Yeah, it's sometimes good to put it into perspective. When you look at the buy-ins, 62x your money is incredible.
Oh, I see.
Jeff Platt in the chat giving flowers to Natalie Bodie, who's done an amazing job in her role as host for PokerGo, this coverage, and also participating in those field interviews with High Noon. She was nominated for a GPI award this year for Rising Star in Media, had a lot of success on TikTok. It's great to see her continue that.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure working alongside Natalie. She's been doing a great job on the broadcast.
I hear an all-in from Nam Nguyen.
I think Nam Nguyen just... Perhaps she told her rail that she has to go all in.
Oh, perhaps. Or maybe I heard Okamoto go all in. TBD.
Yeah. Well, the one thing we know for sure, we're going to see plenty more all-ins at this final table. And the pressure that Abraham can apply right now to Okamoto is insane, given the fact that Nguyen only has 6 big blinds. We've got a big pay jump on the line here. Abraham with 81% of all the chips in play. This has been one-way traffic at this final table. All right, let's get us to 2,000 likes here. We have 10,000 people watching. Much love to everyone tuned in for this ladies event broadcast. 2,000 likes would look a whole lot cleaner. Our big goal on the YouTube channel is to hit 500,000 subscribers this summer. We're lagging behind a little bit, but hey, every little bit helps. Appreciate everyone for hitting that subscribe button, turning on your notifications. 14 days of main event coverage kicking off tomorrow. Myself and Donnie Peters on the call for day 1A tomorrow. If you fancy a bit of free poker action, check out PokerGoPlay.com. Put in your email address. You'll get notified when our new game launches. And if you see this in the future, just get into the action. Do it right now. Okamoto now also getting shorter and shorter.
Absolutely down to just 17 bigs.
7.
Nam Nguyen has 7 bigs.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
Okamoto, ace-3 offsuit. If it wasn't for Nguyen, perhaps she'd be shoving this. But knowing her playing style, she still might want to get aggressive here.
Raises to 1.5 million, committing a large portion of her stack to this hand. Tammy gonna let it go. Ace high more than enough to get some folds from these trashy hands.
Yeah, and
we remain three-handed.
If you're Abraham, you're already probably thinking about how to approach this heads-up situation, because no matter what happens, it's going to be pretty hard for her to miss out on getting to heads-up play. Action back on Nguyen. Still looking for a double up. Jack 7 suited. On the button. This might be a shovable hand. There it is. Nam Nguyen moves all in from the button.
Abraham not going to take a chance with the queen 4.
Oh wow, Okamoto
Hi-ya.
finds ace 10 offsuit. Don't see Okamoto folding this, and we might be on our way to another Olan showdown.
About a third of her stack to call off here. She'll still have the lead on Nguyen if she calls and loses this hand. And she puts in the call.
Okamoto makes the call to put Nguyen at risk, and Jack 7 of diamonds is going to be in need of some help here. As we're looking at a 60-40 split here, practically a coin flip, as Nguyen has her suits live. Nguyen has been through this before. She's faded all her potential eliminations so far. Can she do it again? Here comes the flop. Wow. 9-3-4, 2 diamonds. 15 outs for Nam Nguyen. Is it a case of too many outs?
It could be. We shall see.
Here comes the turn. It's the 4 of clubs. The brick of all bricks on the turn. A little glitch there with the graphics as we're still awaiting the river card. There it is, 4 of clubs on the turn. 15 outs still for Nguyen. Can she find it to double up, or are we going to be down to heads-up play? The river card is the deuce of heart, and Nguyen can't find a double up. Okamoto sends Nguyen to the rail as we are down to heads-up play in the 2023 World Series of Poker Ladies Championship.
Definitely Nguyen came in dressed to impress. She stayed poised, she stayed patient, and she made several pay jumps.
Yes,
absolutely.
She played her short stack very well.
Thank you. Thank
Nam Nguyen thanking everyone that came out to support her. She collects $85,000 for her efforts in this event.
Telling her real how happy she is and thrilled with her result.
Speaking of happiness, Tammy Abraham hugging her rail. She is down to heads-up play versus Shiina Okamoto. We're going to go on a quick break. Probably back in about 60 seconds as we will queue up an interview with Nam Nguyen before getting down to heads-up play. Don't go anywhere. Action is about to resume.
Okay for an interview on the bus.
Nam, a third place finish in the ladies event, your deepest run here. How was your experience at this final table?
Actually, I believe I have a lot of luck. I don't have experience at all. So I played 15 years. I just watch on the TV, so nothing is experience. I just learn from TV every day.
So you made a run here and got third just off watching poker on TV?
Yes. Wow. So I play cash game a little bit, but this is the first time. This first time event.
Well, congratulations, quite the story. Just watch poker on TV and finish third in the ladies event. Remco.
For all you 10,000 watching right now, you're doing the right thing because you guys are watching some poker right now, and perhaps you'll find yourself in a similar spot in the future. Once again, shout out to Nam Nguyen. What a tremendous showing. What a great personality. Just love to see it.
She was just absolutely lighting up the screen in that interview. Clearly so grateful for and describing her experience as lucky, just beaming from ear to ear. Her best result to date, one of her only tournaments that she's ever played. It's really nice to see these last two bust out interviews, these ladies really being able to absorb the magnitude of what they've accomplished.
Absolutely amazing showing. But now, time to get down to business. We see the gold bracelet on the table. Only 2 players remaining in this event. It's going to be quite the uphill battle for Shiina Okamoto. 27 big blinds, still plenty of room to play.
Absolutely. They're split about 80-20 right now with the total chips in play, with Tammy, of course, with the 80% and Okamoto with the 20. You know, I wouldn't underestimate Okamoto. Definitely, she's got some uphill battles to do, but she has definitely put forth more willingness to get chips in the middle. She's gotten more out of line and run bluffs, and there's no reason why she can't get a double up early and really even the playing field and climb up the ranks. I'm optimistic that we'll have a very spirited heads-up match coming at us.
Yeah, Tammy Abraham, of course, has to be the favorite. Not only has she been running well, she's also been she's really had Okamoto's number specifically.
Oh, 100%. There were so many times where she flatted pre-flop and situations where perhaps she could have 4-bet and let Okamoto hang herself. Like the hand with the pocket eights versus ace king, Tammy flops top 2 and opts to just call. She didn't 4-bet pre, she just called flop and turn. And finally unleashed it on the river. Okamoto was able to get away, but that was quite the devastating blow.
Let us know in the chat if you think that Okamoto can make a comeback here.
I think so.
You think so?
Yeah.
You believe in it?
I do. I mean, at least to get it back to even, I think she's got the chops. Heads-up play is so very different than any other type of play that they've done so far in the tournament, and it really takes guts, and Okamoto has really shown that guts, aggression, timing. So I'm excited to watch it.
Definitely the math is not on her side. Like, the reality of the situation is that Tammy has low-key a lock on it, but I want to see a show. I want to see
Yeah,
chips
I
go in
mean,
the
well,
middle.
the cool thing about short stack, though, is you can apply a lot of pressure by shoving, where Tammy won't want to lose her lead, and we'll see what Okamoto does with it, but she's got a healthy stack to play with, and I think she's definitely shown the skills, so I'm excited.
I think I anticipate seeing a rather swingy heads-up match. We're starting with a 3-1 chip lead, but definitely could go different directions.
Yeah, Tammy Abraham has results in live events dating back to 2013, so plenty of experience on the felt. Still looking for her first career outright win, which of course would be a big monkey off her back, given the fact that she's been around the game for quite a while. Has cashed the ladies event twice before, finishing in 30th place back in 2018 and 45th in 2021. So she definitely has got this event figured out.
How much do we have up top?
192.
Okay.
100,000.
Yeah, this is a heads-up battle where the final two are guaranteed $118,000, and the winner will get $192,000.
And the bracelet.
There it is. Action about to get underway here. Blinds a 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante.
It's exciting to be playing right beside it, too. Just
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
having that kind of chip lead bracelet right next to you.
We're going from the Tammy chant to the Shiina chant to dueling rails as well. Absolutely love to see it.
Tammy repping a lot of patches on her hat for all the different women's organizations in poker. I see a lips patch I didn't notice before. She's got pocket queens and WPA. Definitely nice to see someone who's so involved and supportive of her community see a little success.
All right, cards about to get underway, or in the air here as heads up play is about to get underway. Okamoto, 4-1 underdog right now. The chat has voted almost 1,000 votes. 82% thinks that Okamoto is going to make a comeback.
I could certainly see that. It's anyone's game.
It's interesting, too, because while you have to give Okamoto some credit for her aggressive play, she also didn't slow down when she didn't have it, and Abraham was able to take advantage of that.
Absolutely.
So, in a way, if Abraham plays patiently, then she might find Okamoto bluffing it all off.
Ooh, nice hand to start off here. King, queen offsuit for Abraham.
$550 is the raise, and Okamoto
Wow.
immediately finds ace-8 offsuit. These are some strong heads-up hands.
Absolutely. Could see a 3-bet here off the jump. Oh, she's just going to flat.
Queen 4-5. Abraham continues to hit top pair when she needs it. How do you like the fact that Okamoto is playing the lower variance approach here by just calling before the flop?
I think it's a good change-up. Ooh, nice fold.
Very nice fold from Okamoto. Decides to not tangle on future streets. She knows she's going to have to make some hands to get back into this match.
Yeah, neither of these ladies have shown a propensity to liking to fold. So it's going to be hard for either one of them to get out of line and take it down that way.
This event started with 1,295 entries. Absolutely insane how big the ladies event has gone in the last few years. We've seen basically every single event at the World Series of Poker, with perhaps the exception of the 50K, explode in numbers. I saw lines down the hallway today that scared me for the mini main event.
Yep, I heard it sold out.
It did.
10-8-5-2 spades.
Looks like a little glitch with our graphics here. Hope to get that sorted ASAP. Unsure what the players have here. I guess Abraham has king 9 off. Don't know what
That is 200,000.
Okamoto has.
Has to be 200,000.
Abraham lets this one go, and Okamoto picks up some chips. Is that a ring that Okamoto is wearing? That's sort of a horizontal. Looks kind of interesting. Never seen that before. Thought it was a car protector at first.
You can catch it.
Raise 450,000.
Oh yeah, it is a ring.
Those are very trendy, very on trend.
Yeah.
What's also very trendy is getting pocket kings.
Oh, I love that trend.
Yeah, it's
That's one of my favorite trends. Try not to run into 10s.
Yeah.
Okamoto in the big blind here. Just calling Abraham's raise,
Wow.
hoping to potentially get her to put some more chips in the middle.
I shall beat you with your own game.
Check.
Queen 8-4, giving Abraham some options here. 9 would give her the nuts. Action goes check, check rather quickly. 7 on the turn. Let's see if Okamoto decides to bet here. Realize some equity, get some value out of weaker hands. Of course, you still have pocket kings.
That is 600,000.
Abraham probably thinking, if I do hit it, she's likely to make a move on me, but decides that the gut shot here is not enough to call and see a river card.
Just like that, we're about where we started.
Yep, still big chip lead for Abraham. And for the people in the chat, we are seeing this as you are seeing it. We're commentating on this delayed feed, so we can talk about the whole cards. If you're just tuning in on YouTube, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We need about 200 more subscribers on our YouTube channel to hit $437,000. What am I saying? Subscribers.
Subbies, as it were.
Subbies.
Raise.
While you're at it, check out the Ace Holes podcast on YouTube as well. Give them a sub.
Yeah.
Only if you like to laugh and have fun.
Well, judging by some of the chat comments, not everyone's into that.
Okay, they're not invited.
Everyone else is invited. 7-4-3, 2 hearts on this flop.
Check.
Jack high still in the lead here.
Check.
I do like Abraham's hand here, though.
8 on the turn brings in a double gutter for Tammy.
And a pair of 8s for Okamoto. We could see some chips go into the middle here. And Tammy reaching. It's going to bet her draw.
That is 600,000.
600K, more than half pot.
Okamoto not going anywhere with top pair.
Okamoto deciding, do I want to keep her in the hand and get her to bluff if she doesn't have it? River cards brings the 6 of spades, giving Abraham some showdown value. Let's see how she's going to play this.
Check.
She's going to check. If you're Okamoto here, what are you going to do?
So 4-liner to a straight. She can definitely justify a small bet for value
That is
in position.
500,000.
And she bets really small. Well done by Okamoto if she finds some value here.
Definitely an overbluffed node. Tammy may decide to look her up. Second pair, or excuse me, third pair.
She does make the call, and Okamoto shows top pair and rakes in a nice one.
Nice hand.
Okamoto starts to chip up. For the first time in about an hour, Abraham below 100 big blinds.
We started at an 80-20 split. We're now nearly at a 70-30 split for the chips.
If you enjoy free pick'em games, check out play.pgt.com for a chance to win your share of $5,000 in prizes.
Do you have to work very hard to sound that American, Mr. Netherlands?
I used to have to work really hard at that.
I feel like I only hear it every third or fourth word. You sound pretty.
That's a pretty good batting
American,
average.
Pretty natural.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I never hear it. You sound really American.
Really American.
Sometimes he hits an
Rural
R
Yeah,
in
the
a
R.
weird way.
Oh,
the
right.
R's will trip him up.
Yeah.
He gives himself away.
My fiance always says that the word yesterday is my hardest one.
Too many dang syllables, too
Yeah.
many R's.
Yesterday.
My favorite Beatles song.
It is a great song. Yeah, it's my party trick. But yeah, when you listen to yourself for thousands of hours, the awareness of the accent is really going to come into play. And as fellow podcasters, you both know how in the beginning, when you hear your own voice, you cringe at it and you find it really uncomfortable. But
I've always thought I sounded like an absolute nightingale. I don't know what you're talking about.
But then after a while, when you hear yourself so much, it becomes
Normal.
much more natural.
Yes.
And that's what I credit with unlearning most of the accent. Unless you give me 4 beers, then it's like way back.
I'm the exact same way. I can sound pretty middle of the country. We're looking at a 3-bet pot here. Tammy raised it up with King Queen.
Well
but
said.
yeah, after a couple of Greyhounds, I sound more Texan than Doyle probably.
Wow, I love it. Abraham with a 3-bet is going to get this one done. Caitlin Jeffer says, his party trick is being Dutch. No, my party trick is sounding American. It's reverse order. And the funny part is
It is quite a party trick to be Dutch.
Yeah, I'm Dutch. Hello.
I bet you can pull off some clogs like a son of a gun.
Oh, absolutely.
Clogs.
Got arrangement of tulips all over his house.
Yep.
Smokes pipes.
All I eat is cheese.
We're making some fun with stereotypes over here.
Yeah, put chocolate sprinkles on my bread every morning, which I actually used to for about 25 years.
He's got a cuckoo clock that he
Chocolates.
brings with him everywhere.
Have you never had chocolate sprinkles?
On bread? Just chocolate sprinkles on bread?
You're looking at me like it's crazy, but this
It is
very
pretty
normal.
crazy. I mean, put
No.
Nutella on there like a normal adult.
No, this is way better. Hagelslag. It's called hagelslag. Broodje hagelslag.
Chocolate sprinkles?
For all my Dutch,
Please don't curse at me.
for all my Dutch friends watching, I'm showing them an image right now of broodje hagelslag, which of course is a Dutch staple.
I've never seen this.
This is, you got to get the good butter, the good bread,
Wow.
and then the trick is to put the chocolate sprinkles, aka hagelslag, in the fridge so they're extra crispy. Trust me, this is like
Interesting.
a life-changing moment.
I'm learning
Meanwhile, back
new
on the
things.
felt, Tammy cutting loose with 9 deuce. Okamoto with the gut shot. And now how the turns have tabled. Abraham now the one using her chip advantage and aggression to take down these pots with lesser holdings.
Yeah, we're actually amidst a very interesting heads-up battle. The stacks are deep enough to see some real play. Okamoto with 32 bigs in no way in trouble. And Abraham fighting back when she has to.
What was that fancy toast you called? Ashafrafrafrafraf?
Almost. Broodje hagelslag.
Broja haverslag.
It's pretty good, actually.
Oh, thank you.
There is actually a store in Vegas that sells this. So
Are they they're still in business?
this chocolate on bread, how can it be bad? And we actually have different variations
It's not
also.
that it's bad. I just feel like we've advanced a little more.
I just feel like maybe the French people put a little more energy into their crepes. You know, they get a pan involved.
Well, but like, I'm not even joking. This is like breakfast and lunch every day.
Yummy.
Like, no problem. Meanwhile, Okamoto with 8s sees a horror flop for her hand.
Terrible flop. This is also the hand she barreled off with on a flop similar to this earlier that cost her a lot of chips against the same opponent.
Gonna opt to take her showdown value this time.
Let's see if Okamoto wants to stab here. She doesn't. We're going to see a river card, a million chips in the middle. 9 of spades, 1 off the mark there.
Inside.
8s are just going to take this down at showdown.
That's nice. That's a nice little check down. Something that you'd love to see with 8s.
Okamoto on 7 million chips. She must be feeling pretty comfortable, after that sort of big beatdown she took early at the final table to now be heads up. Must be sort of a relief.
I think she appears to me to be locked in, excited, enthusiastic, and hopeful. And that's really all you can ask for when you're in one of the biggest spots of your young poker career.
Since you both made fun of my breakfast habits,
We'll make fun of more than that before the stream is
okay,
over.
good. Let's get it out of the way.
Yeah, we're well-rounded on our roasts.
What is your favorite breakfast food? And if you say cereal, I'm going to laugh because that's dessert.
No, I would never eat cereal. I'm an Eggs Benedict kind of a gal
Wow.
myself.
Little hollandaise sauce
Yeah.
on there.
Oh, go ahead.
What I said, I don't cook it myself. I wouldn't know how to begin, but I do love a nice brunch.
I'm a sweet banana pancakes kind of girl.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You would love my chocolate sprinkles.
Well, no, it's not that I don't like the combination of flavors. It's that there's so much more high quality carbs with chocolate that
Really?
I can. Yes, a chocolate-filled croissant.
A
Well,
donut?
That's
Let's
way
not
that's way
donut.
more-
A donut.
That's way more unhealthy. This is way more locale.
Oh, just because it's not fried, darling?
Exactly.
Just because you get oil involved don't mean it ain't good, hun.
If I'm gonna eat chocolate and bread, I
Right.
think I don't mind
Fry it up, might as well.
tasting better.
Give it a hot oil bath. It's good for you.
Okamoto has finally made top pair. Let's see if Abraham is going to continue firing here. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. No diamonds in play for this hand. Okamoto receives the check mark here. River card, 3 of spades, and seeing some passive play potentially, but Okamoto looks down on her stack with 2.2 million in the middle. She's gonna throw out what looks like $1 million here. Abraham gonna let this one go, and this is the biggest pot we've seen Okamoto win in quite a while.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely feel a surge of energy, a confidence boost.
It's coming closer to a 2-1 chip lead.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny in this dynamic where Abraham has been the chip lead for so long, every pot she doesn't win, Okamoto gets closer and closer to tying this thing up, and the pressure must be building, knowing that she had such a massive lead. At one point, Okamoto was down to just 16 big blinds.
Yeah, I mean, Abraham is fully capable of beating herself at this point.
Shout out to everyone watching right now. Over 11,000 people watching on YouTube and a couple thousand on PokerGo as well. It's amazing to see the turnout for this event. And let me remind everyone that our main event coverage kicks off tomorrow. We're going to do the horseshoe table for day 1A. Hopefully find some exciting table draws. Okamoto bets 200K on this flop with top pair. Just going to get looked up. Abraham with just a deuce. Had some backdoor potential, but...
Call that hand the clean dapper around my parts.
Oh, right. Shout out to the main event. Nicholas Rigby made the diaper famous, of course, at that final year at the Rio.
Didn't even look that hard for that guy to fold kings either. My goodness, what a memory.
Yeah, that was...
2 pair on the river for Okamoto.
That was a special feature table. And Okamoto bets her 2 pair. Abraham makes the call, and the tide seems to shift a little bit here.
We're almost at a 60-40 split now with the chip distribution. Definitely, Nikki and I never gave up hope on our girl Okamoto.
By the way...
You wanted to say it was a lock for Tammy. I'm just kidding.
Tammy thought probably it was a lock for Tammy. Now she has
A
to
lot
really...
can happen on these heads up matches.
Shiina was never just rolling over and giving it to her,
It's a different beast.
Wow, and just the aces,
Wow, just
okay,
get aces.
okay, just get aces.
Get your chip lead back.
By the way, shout out to Jeff Platt. He just sent me a threatening message. Says, I will be out in the field. Some promotion, please, Remco. Jeff Platt, of course, always in need of constant stroking of the ego and promotion of all kind.
Well,
But yes,
he is on Raya. That checks out.
Jeff Platt is going to be in the field tomorrow during the main event, so we'll have some updates on all of your favorite players during our broadcast here of Day 1A. Meanwhile, Okamoto with some awful timing. Wow. Abraham not wasting any time, coming with the shove. This is the only way that Okamoto gets away from this cheaply. Any flop we might have seen, she could have continued perhaps. But Abraham just shuts it down right here, hoping that Okamoto 3-bets with a hand worth playing for it all with.
Tammy might have just needed a confidence boost after losing 2 or 3 pots in a row, watching her opponent sneak up on her a little bit. Maybe a bit of an overplay, but
I think you're hoping your opponent has like jacks, queens, something, some big pocket pair they can't fold.
If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure to hit that like button. Let's see if we can hit 2,500 likes on today's video. Abraham just continues to pick up hands, ace-king offsuit this time.
Okamoto looking down at a suited Dolly Parton.
What a way to make a living.
They get country music in Dutchland.
Oh, yeah. Dolly Parton is a global sensation. People in the chat saying, what a way to waste aces. At the same time, haven't seen Okamoto 3-bet that much. There's a good chance she has a hand worth really playing with for it all. So if Okamoto does have like an ace-queen suited or perhaps a pocket 10.
She might have dinner reservations. She's trying to wrap up the evening.
400. I was waiting for her to act.
It's my favorite hand, pocket 5s. Let's go.
Is she going to hit quads is the question. Okamoto makes the call with 9-7 offsuit. 6-3-5. Sorry, king 6-3. No 5.
No 5.
Nikki promised a 5.
No, I didn't promise anything. They're very loyal to me.
Oh, it's a personal thing?
Yeah, it's personal.
Abraham going to bet this and take it down.
Still won the pot.
Yeah, I mean, and there was probably a 5 on the turn.
Yeah,
we didn't get to see that.
We don't rabbit hunt at PokerGo, but if we did.
If I was in charge, which I'm not, I'm like, I'm like,
where are you in the tier
I'm
rankings?
Like the only thing I'm in charge of is your mute button. So if this gets out of control, I just pull these little levers. But if it was up to me, we'd rabbit hunt every single hand. Let's go.
Another strong holding for Abraham.
Yeah, Abraham is having the card run of a lifetime.
She's playing this one on the slow side. She does love to let Shiina get herself in trouble. Sheena's got a 10 to the queen high straight draw. Tammy makes the quick call. Backdoor clubs, ace high good. Ooh.
Speaking of ace high, this now top pair. And this is one of those scenarios we talked about before. Okamoto very willing to keep firing. And once again, with Abraham having a hand worth going to showdown with, she might get into a whole lot of trouble here.
450. 450.
As we discussed, Abraham happy to let Okamoto bet at it. River card, 7 of diamonds.
4-liner to the straight out there now. Tammy definitely capable of making some big laydowns.
Oh,
but Okamoto's going to give up.
Okamoto finally finds the check back. Doesn't want to get snapped off again by a strong hand on the river. This, of course, we saw when she triple barreled with pocket 8s into ace-king, which turned into top 2 pair. Abraham now back up to almost 100 big blinds.
Imagine having 100 big blinds at Final table heads up.
Imagine being at a final table. Imagine being heads up.
Imagine someone loving you. Wait, no, I'm sorry. What was the subject?
If you just win a big poker tournament, everyone will love you.
I mean, that's my game plan.
Right.
I don't want to die alone. Let me run deep, dear Lord.
I'm all about that conditional love. Only love me if I earn it.
Right, you have to earn the love.
Yes. I have to win.
Financially. There was an event I covered a long time ago where the player who won was asked the question, what are you going to do with all that money? And he said, I'm going to pay back some of the people that I owe. And then they asked, what about the rest? And he said, oh, they'll have to wait.
Open-ended straight draw for Tammy.
Well,
Bottom
four to the
pair
flush,
for
though.
Okamoto.
It's very scary.
Ain't nobody got no hearts in here, though.
But nobody knows that.
Stop. Tammy finds a way to let go of 5 high.
Let us know in the chat if you ever made a live tournament final table. What was your most recent final table?
Well, so I final tabled the $600 deep stack event last year at WSOP, and I finished in 4th place. That was my biggest one, but
You still sound bitter about it.
yeah, I was 3 away from a bracelet. How often do you get to say that? And I had only been doing tournaments for about 2 months at that point.
Wow.
She had only done like a dozen tournaments.
Yeah, so that was pretty crazy. I don't know if I appreciated the whole value of it. I was just like, oh, I was so close to a bracelet, I didn't win.
Her husband wasn't even going to come down and rail her. She told her husband, because she had made so many final tables, she had had beginner's luck, so to speak.
Yeah, I did.
Her husband's like, oh, you want me to come down? And Nikki's like, no, it's not that. I'm
I was
final
like,
table
I
all the
whatever, yeah.
time.
If you're not busy, sure. I didn't
Luckily, Chris Moorman is their neighbor, and he educated Steve, her
Yeah,
husband,
he
that
was like,
he
"No, we
needed to
get
get down pronto.
So glad he did that.
That's amazing. Yeah, back in 2011, I made a final table of a poker tournament. That was a great time.
The South Point Daily?
No, actually, no. It was actually an international event. You know, I
Nice.
don't want to brag. It was a pretty big deal at the time. But yeah.
Hell yeah. Please brag.
That money is long gone.
Same. I did final table the Win Ladies event earlier this year in March, I believe. That was really fun, but much smaller playing field. And payouts.
Abraham betting 600K. Okamoto comes with the call. Just king high.
That's the first king high.
Yeah, sniffing
Zero
out the
calling
bluff
scene.
after flop and turn go check, check. Okamoto chipping up nicely here with just king high. Ligari says, can we have a little less jabber and a little more talk about the table? No. We are here for our own entertainment, not for yours. All jokes aside, I feel like we've been right on the money with a lot of our analysis. We're 4 hours into this final table. There has to be some room for banter. Otherwise, why are we even here?
Well, but then I also get mad if we were to call every card, like, okay, Abraham has Jack 4 off and Okamoto is 7-3 off. I'm like, why are you talking so much about the cards?
Graphics. I can just read the graphics. That's what the graphics are for.
We are just here to have some fun, as the flop is 10 of clubs, 6 of clubs, 10 of hearts.
Well done.
This is fun.
Ace of spades pops up. Abraham with jack high, of course, in a much better position if this were to go to showdown. Okamoto recognizing that 7 high is never going to win. It's all about these small pots and picking them up constantly to chip up and, you know, work your way towards a spot where you can actually win a big one. And Okamoto recognizes that and does a really good job.
Absolutely. After the aces 3-bet pre, we're now at 70-30 again with the chip total distribution.
A lot of this heads-up play is psychological warfare.
Absolutely. Heads up live play is also interesting. You're playing for the biggest pay jump. You're playing for a trophy and for the bragging rights in a scenario which you don't ever come across. How often are you heads up in a live tournament? It almost never happens.
In one that you're not allowed to chop, too. Because most of the time, you
Right.
know, on these smaller tournaments, you get down to heads up. It's like, hey, you want to chop? I don't want to play till 5 in the morning, and that's how it goes. But here at the WSOP, no chopping, so we are playing.
I'll
the
tell
end.
you what, Nikki and I are no choppers. You may think we're like these funny, nice gals, but if you end up with a final table,
No
with
chops.
No chops. I played for 100K twice last year, and I said no both times with the chip disadvantage.
Wow.
Mhm.
How did that go?
I got second twice. You son of a gun. You Dutch baby.
But at least you've put some fear into their minds.
I thought I could pull it off.
Meanwhile, 2.2 million in the middle here as Abraham check raises this flop.
Now
Wow.
open-ended.
What a massive turn card here. Both players open-ended. Queen high still decisive here as Okamoto has the club flush draw as well.
And were an 8 to come, they would both make a straight, but Okamoto with the 9 in her hand would make the better straight.
Abraham continuing her aggression after check raising on the flop. This is all of a sudden a very, very serious hand. Okamoto is just going to call. Stacks are plenty deep. A massive river card coming right now. It is the 3 of diamonds. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a potential chop if this goes to showdown. Abraham with a really quick bet here.
Very quick.
Straight.
Okamoto makes the call, and this pot is going to be chopped. Wow, what a massive opportunity this was for Okamoto. Had plenty of outs for the win here.
With them,
It is perhaps a tell that Abraham does tend to bet quickly when she has it. I've noticed.
I'd be very curious to see what Abraham would have done if she had not hit her straight on the river, being left with just queen high.
we've seen her give up a few times when she's gotten out of line when she bricks river. I can't believe we have 12,000 people live watching our ladies' final table. Women in poker, let's friggin' go.
I love it. I absolutely love it. Support our channel by liking the video and subscribing. We're fewer than 200 YouTube subs away from hitting 437,000. Our goal is still to hit 500,000. Once we have Jeff Platt on the broadcast tomorrow, I'm sure we'll hit 500,000 in like a matter of seconds.
Oh yeah, that's a lock.
Jeff Platt, of course, draws in the crowds as we kick off our main event coverage on day 1A tomorrow. 6-6-8 on this flop. Okamoto flops trips. Abraham with the backdoor clubs. Looks as though she's going to continue firing here. 650K is the bet from Abraham. Okamoto probably happy to let Abraham keep betting. Wow. And instead of playing it slow, Okamoto hoping that Abraham has something to play with, and she doesn't. Would you have preferred to see her call there? Such a strong hand in heads-up play.
Yeah, I do think so, especially against Tammy.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, you said it.
Okamoto, meanwhile, up to over 9 million. It's crazy to think that she started this final table with more than 10 million.
Jack 4 offsuit again. Been good at showdown quite a lot for Shiina today.
Ace Queen 4 on this flop. Abraham flops a pair of queens. Okamoto might try to represent that ace and continue firing. Abraham has backdoor flush and straight draws to go along with her pair. She's going to make the call here. Turn card, 9 of spades. It's going to take a lot for Okamoto to get Abraham off this hand. It's pretty hard to hit a pair when you're playing heads up, so Abraham probably unlikely to let go of this thing easily. And of course, when that second pair hits, and look at how quickly she's reaching for chips here. Within seconds, those chips are in the middle.
Yep.
Shiina is blocking the nut. I'm sorry?
Sorry, I wanted to see if she bets that quickly when she doesn't have it, because I do feel that is a live tell.
Shiina would just bottom pair right now, but she is blocking the nuts. Her opponent has shown a lot of strength here, though.
Okamoto doesn't have a whole lot, but still wants to go over what kind of combinations her opponent might have. And she makes the call with just the 4.
Wow.
Wow, big misstep there from Okamoto. Abraham gets a lot of value from Queen 10 there.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe you can find a spicy raise there sometimes, but I think that's a little too light to be calling.
Okamoto was trending way up, and that hand has knocked her quite a bit down again.
Especially for a player that has been playing pretty in line, pretty, pretty straightforward.
We did have a hot mic moment earlier in the stream where Tammy and her rail thought they had discovered a rail on Shiina. Now watching here, we're seeing that there might be a timing tell on Tammy's part.
I wonder if Okamoto is getting any information from the rail. Of course, them being able to speak Japanese might make things a little bit easier, passing along some quick little tips.
My Japanese is just conversational at this point, so I'll let others translate. Both players with a 3 on board.
A bet and a call, both players with a pair of 3s. Let's see if the river changes anything. It doesn't.
10 kicker does play.
Yep. Abraham is going to once again take down a pot.
Ladies, you're supposed to have a break here in about 9 minutes. Do y'all want to skip that break, play one more level, and then take a break?
I don't care. Skip? Yeah, skip. Skip it? Okay.
Yeah,
wow,
Shiina, let's go.
Let's gamble. Let's go.
Shiina knows momentum's on her side.
These women are battling for a $192,000 top prize and the World Series of Poker gold bracelet. People who think that I'm suspect of the Japanese rail, that's exactly not what I meant. I meant the opposite. I meant
quit it with your hate speech, Remco.
Everyone's getting advice from their rail. Why wouldn't she get advice? The only difference is we wouldn't be able to understand it anyway. Of course, Galen speaks conversational Japanese, but is not really well versed in the Japanese poker terminology.
It is true. It's true. I'm working on it. 3 of clubs on the turn brings open-ended for our girl Tammy and pairs up Miss Okamoto.
Open and a straight draw here for Abrams. Let's see if it comes in. Ace pairs on the river, and Okamoto has the best of it here with just a pair of 3s. And this is interesting. We talked earlier about potential timing tells. This is just queen high, and she's gonna fire as quickly, which is a good sign.
Yeah, that is a good sign.
Way to go, Tammy. We thought we had you there.
Oh, and there it is. Okamoto lets go of her 3, and Tammy Abraham gets it done with aggression. And for those that tuned in earlier, during 6-handed play, Tammy Abraham walked over to her rail and got some advice on a potential timing or a facial tell.
She thought that Okamoto was looking down when she was strong.
Right.
Was what the conversation said.
Of course, that is a pretty hard one to get verified, and it's also a bit dangerous to potentially...
I mean, that's where the chips and cards are.
Right.
Yes.
Yes. And she was reaching for chips whenever she wanted to bet.
When she doesn't want to fold, she holds on to her cards. Big tell.
Personally, I love loud and exciting rails. The Millie Maker final table, in case you missed that, go and check that out on our YouTube channel. Donnie and I could barely get a word in. The French rail was going nuts. We had a Ukrainian rail. We had the Americans well represented. If it's up to me, there's people drinking beer and having a good time on the rail at these poker tournaments, and we're so excited to be able to provide more live streaming coverage this year than ever before via our horseshoe table, which you're watching right now. I believe we have 30% more streaming this summer, more than ever before. Of course, it is still hard to catch all the action with over 100 events at the World Series of Poker. But I feel as though we've given all the games a bit of love this year, all the buy-in levels. As Abraham bets here with 600K with just 4 high.
She's playing the board and she gets Okamoto to lay down queen high.
Speaking of my favorite final tables, the seniors event was absolutely insane. And if you want to play in an insane tournament, scan the QR code on your screen right now to enter our PGT Gleam free social media giveaway for a chance to win a seat into the $1 million free roll in December. That's going to be nuts. 500K up top. The top 40 on the PGT standings will automatically qualify, and you have a chance to play at the studio against some of those players. So before you know it, you might be at the table with the likes of a Daniel Negreanu, Phil Hellmuth, Ivy, Chadwick Kuhn. It's not as though you want to invite those guys to your home game, but it is quite a cool experience to play against the top pros. Meanwhile, we've seen Okamoto race to 400K before the flop. Abraham just calling with King Jack suited and flopping a jack.
Oof.
Wow. 2 pair here for Abraham. Still a gut shot straight draw for Okamoto.
Where do I learn to run this way?
The deck definitely on Abraham's side so far. She's just going to come with call again. Still some outs here for Okamoto. That's not one of them, though. 2 pair is going to be a winner here. Let's see if Okamoto feels inclined to keep betting. She doesn't, and Abraham is going to show down the winning 2 pair. And Okamoto down to the shortest stack we've seen here during heads-up play.
I definitely swinging back in Tammy's direction. This is the biggest chip disadvantage that Shiina has been at since the beginning of heads-up play. She has just 18% of the chips in play, with Tammy holding the other 82.
Wow. When you're Okamoto, you must have been building confidence as this heads-up battle went on, and then all of a sudden, within 3 hands, you're back down to below your starting point. Big mental blow. If you enjoy the content, please don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. We're just 93 YouTube subs away from hitting 437,000. Nikki Limo just subscribed to our YouTube channel, so if she can do it, you guys can do it too.
It was so easy and so fun.
There we go.
Ring that bell for a little extra love.
Exactly.
Get those push noties.
Tomorrow our main event coverage kicks off. You definitely don't want to miss that.
Is it hard for you as a foreigner with all these Gen Z kids? They like to abbreviate a lot. And I try to sound cool, so I myself abbreviate a lot despite not being Gen Z.
Right.
Can you still follow? You still savvy?
I'll try to hang with the kiddos, the young folk.
The young folk.
Why are you throwing up gang signs?
Is that gang signs? Which gang is that? Can I be in it?
I think that's my gang from El Paso, Texas.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've been studying my gang signs lately. But yeah, I always tell friends, especially those from back in the Netherlands, that the final piece of the puzzle when it comes to language is learning stuff like slang and you know, sayings and stuff like that.
Yeah, that must be hard.
Yeah. I mean, it is hard if you're not immersed in the culture, and I've been living here for 5 years, so you sort of pick up on it more easily. And also, it interests me, so it makes it a little bit easier as well.
We Southerners, we love our idioms, you know? Like, no matter how many times you flip a pancake, it's always going to have 2 sides.
Wow.
Or it doesn't matter how many cocks are in the hen house. If you want to get the eggs, you need the hens.
Wow, yeah, that's great. In Dutch, we have plenty of those as well that don't really translate.
Ooh,
but
Abraham picking up pocket 9s
wow.
here. I was just about to say she can really use her stack to run just about any bluff with this type of lead, but now she doesn't really need to. She keeps getting the best of it. Well, we don't know what Okamoto has yet, but yeah.
Okamoto lucky to only get dealt 5-3 offsuit in this situation. So, sometimes the luck is not on getting the cards. It's not getting second best cards.
Yes, very true.
We saw this, I believe it was the seniors event, where a player got aces and kings and queens, but no one else had anything. And then he busted a few hands later when he did get a hand, but he was second best. That's like one of those frustrating situations where if only you could have timed this a little bit better, you might have been the chip leader. Okamoto definitely needing your energy in the chat right now. She is down to 17 big blinds. Things not going her way. Just coming with limp here as the blinds are 100, 200 with the 200K big blind ante. We're going to see a limp pot here. Okamoto in position. 10-5 deuce. Pair of fives for Okamoto. Top pair for Abraham with a bunch of backdoor draws. 4 spades on the turn could be a spicy card.
Yeah, it would.
Okamoto, meanwhile, going to charge a little bit to see a turn card. Okamoto bets 200K. Gonna get a quick check raise to 800K.
It's so tough with middle pair when you're this short.
Okamoto just with a pair of fives. Does have some backdoor draws. Wow, makes the call, committing a sizable portion of her chips here. We're going to see a very, very important turn card here.
This might be it.
Okamoto, 18% to win this hand. Abraham in a commanding chip position and with a commanding hand. And to add injury to insult, she picks up a flush draw to go along with it. Abraham now checks, setting the trap potentially for Okamoto to make another misstep.
Definitely how she's been approaching.
Oh, she moves all in. Wow, the call is made. And Okamoto's tournament life is on the line, and she is down to just 4 outs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 1 card away from this tournament being over. A 4 or a 5 that's not a spade, and this thing is done. Tammy Abraham has been unstoppable today. Talking to the dealer, she only has to fade 4 outs. Is she our next ladies championship winner?
Yes! 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 I'm so happy and so proud of you. Oh my God!
At the World Series of Poker, as Tammy Abraham wins her first World Series of Poker gold bracelet, the largest ladies championship event in history. Wow. Tammy Abraham collects a whopping $192,000 for her win. Her opponents. Okamoto collects $118K for her runner-up finish. Okamoto played so aggressively, laid it all on the line multiple times. Tammy celebrating with the entire rail.
Let's not forget that Tammy was almost out with that king-jack suited hand, had the worst of it several times, and found the double up after double up. Just an amazing run.
Amazing run for Tammy Abraham. And we're just waiting on Natalie Bodie to get some reactions here as Tammy is going. She's going through the entire reel, hugging everyone. That's the exact same thing that I would do if I would win my first bracelet, receiving so much support on the rail. Her friends have been there all throughout this final table.
Absolutely. This rail made up of a lot of ladies wearing the WPA patches, the lips patches, the pocket queen patches. These women's organizations, so important, not only to training, but also fellowship. And we can see that Tammy definitely relied on her rail today.
Tammy lost her mic in the process, but good thing for us. Natalie Bodie brought her own. We're going to get a few words here from Tammy Abraham, who gets to take home that beautiful WSOP gold bracelet. What an epic final table this has been. Let's see what Tammy has to say about this amazing win. Just waiting for Natalie and Tammy to get ready here. Let me just use this moment here to thank everyone. Oh, beautiful. A hug between the two competitors as Okamoto exits the stage. Let's see what Tammy has to say.
We're never taking it out. We're not. We're so proud of you.
We're about to go in and field stand right here. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, you're We're good. Oh, Tamar, congratulations. A 30th and a 45th in this very event before winning the whole thing today. How would you describe how you're feeling right now?
I'm not feeling. It's surreal. I don't even know. It's surreal. I don't think it's nothing. Thank you, Julie.
Speaking of your friend over there, you've got a lot of friends and family that are here supporting you today. What does it mean to win bracelet number 1 with all of them on your rail?
Thank you all. It was awesome. I couldn't do it without any of them.
Let's get to the good part then. Tamar Abraham, I want to present you your very first World Series of Poker bracelet. Go ahead and hold it up to that camera. There she is, Tamar Abraham, winner of the 2023 ladies event.
Wow, what an incredible winner. And you can tell how much it means to her to win her first WSOP gold bracelet. Shaking her head, emotions clearly visible.
I got it.
What a final table this has been. I want to thank Nikki Limo, Caitlin Comiskey for being with me here on the broadcast. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Once again, tomorrow, our World Series Poker main event coverage kicks off with Day 1A. Hopefully we get to see these two women that join me in the booth make a run in that event as well, so we can get them onto the feature table. I've been promised theatrics and antics when that does happen.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely.
It's been really fun.
It's been a blast. My name is Remco Rinkema. I'll be back tomorrow with coverage of the main event with Donnie Peters. For now, on your way out the door, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the channel. 14 days of main event coverage coming up real soon. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.